Well, good morning, everyone, to something new. This time, not solo self-out. We're going to speed the whole thing up with trade. Because we're going to play a Druid as an Oracle together with Spears, with Glory and Rage stacking, reaching up to 200 Rage. That's at least the plan. And 200 Rage would be 200% more damage. Base. And I do think we can take this even further. So, I think it'll be interesting. Archangel, good to see you there, partner. Hope you're doing well. Going to be something different, something fun, something amazing. I will see how well it will work. Definitely use trade, so this is going to be an accelerated leveling process. We'll be buying some choice uniques, right? We get ourselves some of the spears that allow us to just do massive damage early on and that just zoot through the campaign. That's going to be definitely part of it. So we want to get this as strong as possible, as quick as possible. Dzień dobry, Mr. Frogo. Hope you're ready for this today. I went a bit into the Path of Exile forums, where you usually never go, and I'm surprised that Path of Exile forums are being used. Found some interesting new tags. This is Soul Self-Found. No, Bond. This is going to be a non-Soul Self-Found build. The last Soul Self-Found build we did was the Witch Hunter. That was absolutely, illegal, to be honest. And this is going to be a build for people that like to spend their currency, that like to want to make something outstanding, extraordinary. Because, you know, it's late in the season. Might as well make one of those as well. It's going to do absolutely bonkers. Which allows us to, today and tomorrow, really push it to crazy levels. Okay, we're going to begin, though, as our good old friend, the Druid. But we're not going to play as a Druid, right? It doesn't work. I need a Lightning Storm build, Justin. I've seen multiple Lightning Storm builds, but nothing that I found, too interesting, right? There's cool stuff out there, but it wasn't like, wow, this is the hottest shit I've ever seen. It was more like, yeah, sure, kind of works, but not really intrigued. So uniques. We wanted to take at first. I bought a lot of spears. So we're going to begin with the Heartwood Spear because it's just like the most speary spear that we have here right now. And then just put on any random kind of shield. Is there a normal spear that does more damage? No, right? So the actual 8 to 15 damage is the biggest we can do. That's actually not it. We can do a little bit more because we can take our sockets and I could probably, oh no, I need a basic lightning. Oh, might as well just take a basic fire then. So we can at least get that one higher. So already 21 possible damage. Good. But level 5 is going to get us a new spear and then so on, right? So that shouldn't be a problem. Do we have 2 iron rings as well? Yeah, that's what I wanted to check too, because if we're all gonna speed up things, we're gonna speed up things wholesale, right? So we're gonna check if I have. I did have an iron ring here. Take that early. We can take Meganords regardless. We can just put that on. We probably have a unique chest piece as well. So just something that allows us to zoom a bit harder. Equipable, what do we have? Enfolding Dawn, nah. We're gonna put on the Bramblejack probably. Should be enough. Do we have our gloves flying around? Because there's Painted Servants can be put on this early. Jeez, that's funny. Wasn't even aware. So we get Spear, and we're gonna have to put on the that's the Explosive Spear. And we obviously want to take the Whirling Slash as well. To be Explosive Spear. Normal Spear Pro. Time being. What are you planning to do? So, Druid has a lot of interesting nodes, and Oracle as well. And they all have to do with Glory. Glory says 8 maximum rage for each time you've used a Glory skill recently. Then down here, you have Recover Life on using Glory. Skills have a chance to not consume Glory. We have more attack damage if Glory was consumed, and some stuff like that. And we have an intriguing tech to actually use set glory. So we can just spam out whatever we're doing. And I think that's going to lead to quite some interesting gameplay. And I just want to, try out how well it might or might not work. Obviously, we want to level up as fast as possible. So we're just taking like choice pieces to make this quicker and then have some fun. I just started a game. I want to play an easy build to run maps quick. Then you definitely want to make yourself a witch hunter. I don't know if you've seen our witch hunter build, but it is illegal. Actual illegal, like real illegal. In terms of what it does. Ooh. I need to get myself the whirling slash early on. We need to find the goddamn group of dudes sitting around a campfire. This spear not do any... Wait. What does this spear exactly do? Increase... Oh no, this spear does not do elemental damage. Oh my goodness. I thought I could use this. Well, I can still use this early on, but then I couldn't use the explosive shot. Oh, it's fine. I can make this work. I was like, I forget the spear does not do elemental damage, so we're just going to use whirling slash until we're the right level. Let me make it simple. Make many builds, yeah. What I do? Make many builds. Because making builds is just fun. No? Making builds is where all the joy comes together. To level 5 so I can put that away. I was gonna try Blood Hunter, but some videos made me scared. Blood Hunter. What do you mean? I mean, there are bleed builds, yeah, but bleed builds are not in a good stage right now, to be honest. Like, there's definitely better states that builds can be in currently. And bleed is really not in the best of all, simply because bleed didn't get any real buffs or anything even remotely interesting so to talk of. So yeah, I'm a bit sad. Bleed is such a fantastic mechanic. Someone died, and I like to see it. Is this you're playing a druid? Jaslyn, yes, this is a druid, but we will use spears. We're only playing the druid because we need the oracle. Why do we need the oracle? Because we need the critical strike from the oracle with the inevitable critical, and we at the same time need the hidden notes from the oracle. Plus, we need the unseen path taken and the entwined realities to use our skill points smarter. The main goal will be stacking as much rage as humanly possible, and you've seen people like with 69 rage, we've seen people with 70 rage. We're planning to get over 150 rage and beyond that, so that's going to be plenty intriguing to actually pull off. I can't wait for it. And who doesn't want to have like millions of rage? Also, we really need to get rid of this spear here as soon as we can, because it doesn't do elemental damage. I completely forget that. So like, you know, the fire thingy that we just put into this one is completely useless. But it's kind of like the strongest spear that you can have like here at the beginning. So that, unless you would like buy a spear probably for 1-2 exalted. Skills are we aiming for? We're going to use Lightning Spear, Explosive Spear, Glacial Lance, and Pounds. Yes, Pounds. Why Pounds? We do need Pounds for jumping down our enemies' throats and creating charges. It's kind of like how it works. It's going to be a bit of a funny tag. See, like, this is what we're looking forward to. That's a good spear. Can replace that Loretta's Hot Wood Madness straight away. Just get that one up. The socket in, and then I can do my skills properly. 3 to 5 cool, because I have nothing else, so man. The support gem, my friend. We're gonna have explosive spear with the. You know what we can actually do? That's interesting. Give me a to make this like really feel good. So I can instantly play short fuse. Yeah, because that's like the most annoying thing about the explosive spear, that it doesn't explode early, right? So it's just going to make everything like feel cranky and stupid. But with this I can do it early, and then I can go for overabundance as well. So that is perfection. So we can have like a lot of fun with this. Meanwhile, what did I want it to do? We have the explosive spear. I need something that gives me dexterity, not strength. Is there a unique that gives like dex? Like what does give dex? Low level unique that provides dexterity. 26 dexterity. Thank you. Should be in. So we got like this spear, and we get the level, get the Heartwood Spirit of Lorada ready. And there's also another level 5 spear, if I'm not mistaken, right? Level 5 unique spear. I always forget the name. It was. I have some Endgame currencies. Do you think I should try to make a new build completely new? I mean, you can obviously try to respec your original build, but usually if you want to make a new build, you often start from the beginning again. Because with your currency, you can shortcut the whole campaign so much. Like if you're willing to splurge, you can cut it down to like maximum of 5 hours, depending on like your personal talent, obviously, how quick you are through these kind of content pieces, right? But usually it shouldn't take you too long to actually zoom through. Usually. That's what we're doing right now. I could also just play normal, right, without splurging. But I feel like this is going to make just my overall leveling so much easier. And like, for example, here with the explosive spears, like using the short fuse on it to just pop it is quite convenient. Here now I can equip this spear instead, and I can just keep doing this now. And they're gonna explode each other, and that's just the best thing that can happen, potentially. Yeah, the Wings of Callan, I think I have that spear. So if you know of some fancy spear, just don't feel bad about hitting me up, right? We're totally gonna be able to look into that. Yeah, like usually these explosive spears, they take like so long to explode. Now they pretty much instant explode. Going to make things so simple. We still need to go for changeling staffs because we're gonna actually use a pounce down the line. To animal form around faster. Very useful. Hey, that was the checkpoint. Yep, thank you. I think it's level 5, right? Yeah, use the divines from last build to look for rage items. There is, like, technically you don't need a single rage item. However, there is one item that can be corrupted to be quite crazy. And those are gloves, the hate forged gloves. And they would give you more rage on glory use as well. So the goal is to use a skill, and in this case it's going to be pounds down the line, to create glory, then use up said glory. By using up glory continuously, you're going to create a rage like crazy. Okay. And then with skill effect duration, we should be able to increase the time that rage is going to be up. Because usually it's 6 seconds, but we can probably make it longer. And, yeah. And have a good time. Okay, how did I just go through without finding a single rested obelisk? I mean, like, seriously. I want to explain, chat. I feel like I should have... So we're going to take all the attack damage. We're not going to do any rage stuff early on, right? Because we can't really scale with it. We can't really work with it. Are we going to fight towards Aziri as well? And I kind of feel like putting the temple rooms in, but not doing anything in the temple. So I guess we're still going to work on activating the temple. Just so we can like build forward to the end temple that we can actually kill Aziri. But we're not going to actually go into the temple. Seems like extra. There's a cunning plan. Oh, I have a, like, the plan definitely will work out. This has been something, like, I've been genuinely interested in like all the glory rage nodes for a while, because grinding gear games must have had a plan when they put them in, right? Why else? Like, why else include so many nodes? They're like these, get, like, if you use glory recently, attack damage. If you use glory recently, more rage. If you use glory recently, more attack speed. Like, all these nodes, right? But they're gotta be used for these. They can't just be in the game and everyone ignores them, right? They're gonna be an actual existing build that would work. Technically. At what point should you take rage nodes? Oh, you can take rage nodes from the very beginning on. And if you have an ability that builds up rage, then you're good to go. Right? Like, you don't need any specific, like, you just need to build up rage somehow, and then rage is a damage multiplier. Now, obviously, multiplying non-existent damage times something is still non-existent damage. Okay, where the clock is the third one? That's what you need to keep in mind. But hey, if you can get 30 rage from the start on, you want to have 30 rage from the start on, and that's as simple as it goes. Right? So, by the way, we're not going to level with the Explosive Spear. The Explosive Spear is simply staying for bossing. And the Stormland. What we're going to level with is... level with is the Lightning Spear. That's also why we're gonna be like gonna have to see like what is like the best supports for Lightning Spear early, like tier 5 supports. Uncut Skill Gem 3. Uncut Skill Gem 3 instantly gets me the Lightning Spear, so Pounce is also gonna come. But we're gonna go for that, obviously, because now we have our main clear tool. Now we're gonna see what are we gonna do to Lightning Spear, chat? What supports will we like rock right away to make this crazy? So obviously we're gonna go currency here. Let's do these two, right? Let's get them forward up because we want to be crazy. Lightning Spear, if you quality it up, it fires 2 more bolts, but we can't be frenzy charged anyways from this point on. So I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tier 5ers. Okay, what we want to see, chat? So Nova projectiles. I mean, Nova projectiles would be kind of funny, but you don't actually play Nova projectiles on Lightning Spear, right? Well, what did we use on Lightning Spear the last time when we actually played it this far? I was rocking Elemental Armament, obviously, for the bonus damage. We were going for Rapid Attacks, so I can just hurl out more of this, so we can go for Rapid Attacks too right away. You want to see Fork? I never liked Fork on it. But right now I'm thinking about mobility, so I have less penalty when I'm moving it, so I can just zoom faster. You know what I mean? So like that we can just keep zooming. I think that makes sense. And lastly, I don't think we do need Fork, my friend. Honestly, don't think so. I mean, preferable you just take like long shot to just like hurt enemies like further away, and that's about it. I mean, you could also go for Living Lightning. Now, you don't really need Pierce because they cannot spear Pierce, Fork, or blah because they already do this. Okay, the spears, they're already forking that they already do all of this. Therefore, it's just unnecessary. I mean, you could do projectile acceleration to just like hurl out more spears for the freaking YOLOs. To be honest. Probably could just introduce Living Lightning to just get the Living Lightning minions. They're super funny. But you know what? Now we're just gonna slap on. Screw it. do lightning mastery. So just get that bonus level early on. Okay, so there is a tier 5 spear that I wanted to have. I have the spears all here. So we got, where is it? Dexterity. So we got Tiny Script, right? But there's also Chain Sting, so that's level 10. Right? So we want to have Chain Sting. And then from level 16 on, you're going to be using... Not Deviatas. What is the called again? And from level 5 on, you could technically use Tiny Script, but Tiny Script is sadly, you cannot use projectile attacks, so that's kind of like a bit shitty. I'm going to have this for later, and the other one is under build for... here, this one. It's called Sky Sliver. Sky Sliver is really funny. I should just breaking that one down because I don't want it anymore.
Here's what I got. Didn't expect to find such craftsmanship out here.
Spear. Also spear. We can put the whirling slash away. Okay. That brings us to. I mean, what does my explosive spear have at the end? Sorry, I need to check. That was deadly. Oh no, that was a poison spear. Oops. Yeah, that one doesn't make sense because that my explosive spear has like deadly poison at the end. Because that was for a different build. So rather I want to have right now the concentrated area because you're going to use explosive spear for clearing bosses. So this is like the biggest damage gain it can obviously have. And then we wanted to have probably deliberation because we don't care about being slowed down when we're shooting the spear. So that's like the boost, like the maximum boost of damage I can probably achieve here. What do you think one of the better Blood Mage builds? I mean, the best Blood Mage builds currently are just the cast on Comet stuff. And that's just like, yeah, as sad as it might sound, like that's just it. Like pretty cookie cutter. Just cast on Comet shit and you're done. See, by the way, this is why we're playing Lightning Spear now, because you just throw Lightning Spear and Lightning Spear just kills everything and that's it. Like, I don't, like, since we have so much damage from like all the kind of stuff here, right? Like with the new weapon and all of it. And we're going to pick on level 10, we pick this up. I mean, look at the damage difference, right? This one has like 420. And this is like at 54 damage without a socket even.
He's in cotton. The grim Tangle.
All right, for this build, Tommy, I read some, like, I wasn't, so how do I say this now? I am planning to play a new game towards the 30th Coast vein. So I could now start playing another game in between. But if I then start another game in between, I'm going to give you the whip slash of starting like 3 different games in the span of like 6 days. And I didn't want to do this. So I was in the forums, I was on Reddit, like I didn't go on YouTube, right? I was everywhere else. I just read a bit what people were cooking up. And I saw this funny technology of putting rage and putting rage and glory stacking together. And I was like, this is so cool. We need to do it. So this is why we play Lightning Spear. As you can see, Lightning Spear is just a massive tool of monstrous destruction, even without having a good spear right now, because my spear is obviously very cookie cutter that I have here, right? I could buy a better one. Definitely good to see there. However, it's more like then strong enough to just instantly kill everything, especially since it bounces like off the walls and that kind of stuff. You could technically play Culling Strike. So you could add Culling Strike that when you're lightning spearing them and they survive with 1 HP, I get frenzy charges for finishing them off, which then emphasizes like my further spears. I don't think I have a tier 3 gem to get Culling Strike, right? Yeah, Cool the Weak. They'd be like just giving me a continuous stream of frenzy charges, right? What class are you playing right now? This is a Druid. It needs to be a Druid because we need to be an Oracle. And it will become clear to you very soon why it needs to be an Oracle. Like as soon as we ascend. I mean, we should we have like another 5 hours today, and we should end in Endgame easily in 5 hours because we're just gonna be we're gonna be fast as fuck, boy. Like for example, I'm not gonna bother killing the Druid right now because it's useless. We're going fast through things, right? Yeah, cast on builds are terrible. Sadly, the Blood Mage, like there used to be elemental bleed builds, and they're not bad. So you can do, for example, a lightning spear elemental bleed build that works. However, there was just nothing that buffed that, right? There is no crazy new supports and that kind of stuff. There are things like the gain 40% as extra fire damage, gain 40% as extra lightning damage, and so on. These would really work well for the elemental bleed builds, right? But to be fair, they also work for every and any other build. So by the way, chat, let me tell you something. Do you see this on the map? That's where Draven is. So you see this box design and this on the map, right? That's where Draven is. So I already know that if I go here to the side, there is hopefully going to be a connector. And then we have, see, that's it. That's how you figure it out, right? You just have to look at the map and actually just tell you. That's simple. So this attack damage, we get a random elemental attack damage, then increased area of effect probably, and more damage, right? Yeah. I have to do that. So we're gonna like try to stay in our skill board as close to sense making as possible that we don't have to juggle too many points around later on, right?
Oi, what would you like?
Okay, 13 to 17 bonus damage. Oh wait, can I use a low essence of abrasion on this one? Come on, we just need something that does more damage than what I currently have, because what I currently have is just like shitty. This is 16 to 26. Yeah, that's better. This is the fun of splurging, when you really just sit there and you're like, yeah, you know what? We're just fucking gonna do it, right? Just going to add all the damage that we can to this, because why not? What has been your favorite Druid build so far? Our latest Wyvern we did. I don't know if you've seen it. It's a rage stacking spell damage combination Wyvern that's literally taking every trick you can get with Tyre's Vengeance together with all the other stuff. And it just adds up to such a nice combination of cool, fun things that you have, like, you have attack to increase your damage there, then you have attack to increase your damage there, right? It just really adds to it. And yeah, ends up being a very strong, powerful, fun build to play. Honest, these explosive spears are chunking. Why can't put Mirage Archer in my skill slot? You put the Mirage Archer in, but then in order for the Mirage Archer to work, you actually need to put a skill in. Don't put a skill in the Mirage Archer, no worky work. Right? Oh, they're so close by another. That's crazy. So that's probably why Mirage Archer doesn't work for you. Hold in. Set the weapon set where it works on. And then you roll. But you need to put a skill into it. Otherwise, you can't activate it. If there's no skill in the Mirage Archer, no activation. Lightning Spear is so good for leveling. It's all the fun. You just go around and you just do this. If I now pick up another level 3 support gem, we're probably going to add Cull the Weak that I can just like get my frenzy charges so we can make this even smoother, right? Be the plan. How bad do you think the Druid will be nerfed? I don't think Druid is in any way overtuned, personally. I mean, sure, Druid is strong, as it should be, because why shouldn't Druid be strong? But it's not like Druid is doing anything that other classes can't do. Far from. I mean, if you go for an Essence Drain Contagion leveling, that's still one of the fastest leveling out there, as you just go through Essence Drain Contagion, Essence Drain Contagion, Essence Drain Contagion. That's about it. Right? So, yeah. I mean, what does Druid do faster than that? I mean, sure, the point where you get... the point where you get... the Oil Barrage, for example. Yeah, that's a heavy one. But again, also not crazier than some other stuff. I mean, if you look at grenade builds, for example, what is wrong with Druid? And Grenade is not in any way weaker than Druid. Like Lightning Arrow together with whatever is also not weaker than Druid. I don't think Druid needs a buff. Again, some other builds need needs a nerf, some other builds need a buff to get to Druid. Right? I mean, for example, Tornado completely underpowered. We made a build that works with Tornado. That build is fun. However, Tornado needs a boost. Again, Oil Barrage is strong, yeah, but it's far from overtuned. I mean, if you have a perfect strike warrior at that point, you hit the enemy with a perfect strike and he dies. If you play Fissure Warrior at that point, like, he laughs about the Oil Barrage of the Druid. Like, Fissure Warrior just puts down his totems and goes, and enemies just die. But I don't know, like, if everyone already forget about how good Fissure Warrior was, maybe. But that one was illegally strong. Oh, wait, this is not Soul Self-Found? No. This is a pre-plan one with pre-plan equipment. So we have like some choice uniques on for faster movement speed, better stats, more life, that kind of stuff, right? We're gonna have some uniques prepared too, all cheap. Yeah, warrior builds, who plays those? Exactly. I mean, last season we played Fissure Warrior, and that's still one of the strongest builds we ever did. I mean, Fissure Warrior is undying, tanky, and it got only stronger because of all the bonus support. So my Fissure can now get like bonus damage as chaos damage, fire damage, lightning damage, whatever on top, right, with cheese and cream. So it's even stronger. And it was already illegally strong. I love my explosive spears. Short-term people told me that doesn't have to do anything with COVID. It's just people want to have the new hot stuff. Like, even if something was completely OP last season, why would you care about the completely OP of last season if you can care about the amazing of this season, right? I love how I decide to make a Druid Rage build. Oh, Lua, this is not just going to be a Druid Rage build. This is a Druid Rage Glory build. What we're going to use is a certain... where is it now? Where did I put that shitty thingy? It is called Xerfes Infamy. I have it here in Infamy. Ah, shit, it's not here. Yeah, so we want to use a support gem that's called Xerfes Infamy. And with Xerfes, you can turn a... Much perfusion? Yeah. Can Cull the Weak get... Yeah, rapid, that we can do it faster when we don't, so we can just, you know, slam in. Yeah, so Xerfes Infamy is going to be able to have our pounds create glory. It's an extra special rage build. Yeah, exactly. That's what I wanted to say. So now we have this here, Cull the Weak. So I'm going to put that on Q. So whatever happens, like, we're going to throw this in, right? One survives, I can Cull the Weak, so I already have, like, a charge. And then, boom, you hit, like, even more. And we can Cull the Weak, and we have even more, and then, like, it goes on and on, right? So this is, like, just for general clearing. If I just feel like doing this, we'll just have, like, an even better clear. That's going to help us to, like, not get under-leveled as we're going through the campaign. Because obviously you don't want to end up in mapping under-level, right? Very much. Lightning spears chill like that. No, we don't need this. Okay, we get damage, area damage, which is going to boost us even further. A tier 3 support. That's the explosive spear. Thank you very much. Wonder which spirit skill we're going to take here from the King of the Mist. Herald of Thunder. Yeah, obviously. What am I talking about? Wonder which spirit skill we're going to take. Herald of Thunder. We're almost level 10, and I can take the next spear, which pretty much has like double the damage of what we're doing here right now. So like we do this, and then we can also shoot like a super. Did I not like get a bonus here have a bonus chance to get a bonus charge, and like I'm not getting a bonus charge. I always play Warrior first game like this. I've touched my Smith or my Titan since I started back then. Hey, Warrior is still brilliant. And I think Warrior is getting stronger and stronger. What I would like to see is a whole path through over Warrior of eliminating this slow playstyle. Because the biggest upset still about Warrior is that everything is just slow what the Warrior does, right? There's not a single like faster skill. That's, by the way, why I personally like the Fissure Warrior, because Fissure itself wasn't like too slow of a skill to actually throw and use. So that was kind of like very relaxing, because if you can at least use that in a quicker speed, it's gonna be nice. We need our Storm Lances to do insane damage. So yeah, Warrior just has like this intentionally slow playstyle, but I wish that we could go away from that, because I just don't see the reason why. It literally needs to be slowed down. And I saw someone using Thunder this morning, and it's just really like that. It's like, and finally you use the skill. Like, what the fuck? Who's going to actually play Thunder ever and feel good about it? I mean, it looks flashy. You're going to do big hits, right? But the big hits for the sake of, like, doing one hit every 23 hours. Pain. Who wants that? We need to find the King of the Mist so we can find the rest of the nerds. We found him, and it's going to point us in the direction of where everything is. So it's here and to the left. That means probably here in the bigger piece of field. No. On my way, nerds. One is here. Is the other one now to the right or to the left? So it could be that it's here on the left side, but I would assume it should have been here on the right side. I was wrong. I could have sworn. How do you get 200 rage? Well, that's going to be over glory. Because you have notes that say if you have used a glory skill recently, 6 seconds, you get +8 maximum rage. Now that can stack 4 times. That'd be another 40 rage. Doesn't hurt, right? However, there are also unique gloves that say get another 12 maximum rage if you have used a glory skill recently. Now the only hard part will be which glory skill are we going to be using recently that we can weave into a gameplay loop that doesn't feel awkward. And there's actually one solution to that, and that would be Pounce. Because you can turn Pounce into a glory skill. Then you have to use a way to create glory to then use up said glory skill continuously, Pounce. And that's going to be a combination of Lightning Spear, Pounce, Lightning Spear, Pounce, Lightning Spear, Pounce throughout maps. And then for bosses, going to be looking a bit different. Now, problem is, in order to do this, we need to get level 65. Because from level 65 on, you can use said lineage support gem. So goal number 1 is now get to level 65 as fast as possible. It shouldn't be too big of a problem. Oh, great. It's a fantastic server chat. We love it when he just does like some random lag spikes every second. This is like such a weird server thingy, right? Because this has nothing to do with my connection. My connection is just working. Your 1080 Ti shits itself in Act 3. I mean, 1080 Ti shouldn't actually have many problems with Path of Exile, to be honest. 1080 is like an amazing piece of technology. Port Gems, Herald of Thunder, thank you very much.
Oh, how good it is.
We do for Herald of Thunder. Went to armament early. You can do concentrated area. You don't actually need the more area of effect early on. True. So now we can use the chain sting spears. So we're sitting at 3-2-1, and then we're sitting at 4-6-6. So just so you see the difference, right? So we're pretty much double our damage with that new spear. Very much useful. Don't think we'll actually get a very better spear here, right? We get the Herald. Actually, we should like just upgrade the Herald so we get more here. What you should do for the Herald is like use your Gem Cutter Prisons, because that gives the Herald like more attacks right away when you actually shock an enemy. So that's gonna be right away Gucci. This, thank you very much. Do we have a better ring?
It's in mine. I like to hold on to
Here,
it.
there's a
I suppose
iron ring. Thank you very much. Oh, and potions. I'll have the basic ass potions.
It seems shadows haunt us both.
Great Thorn done. Hunting grounds number 2. We're getting some lag last night. Yeah, it's not have nothing to do like with your graphic card or anything. Like servers are just not good in Path of Exile. At the start of the season, you have like servers overflowing because too many people. And then at the end of the season, it feels like they're almost downgrading the servers. It's so weird. As soon as we're level 5, we can add the... Oh, well, that is instant. So, like, the bonus damage is crazy. I mean, doing like 500 damage with one throw, one spear is kind of cool. So like, and the cool part is they ignite as well. So at this point, I don't need anything else anymore. At least not for bossing. Oh, wrong direction. All right. When does the new season start? In 3 months. And 3 beautiful months. Poor guy. Absolutely mutilated. So let's see. We're gonna move through the standard Druid ways. So this is increased attack damage and immobilization build-up. Now, immobilization build-up wouldn't do anything for us, but bonus attack damage would work, right? What other, like, we have here technically a rage, but we don't do rage. So if we're looking for bonus things, we get the attack damage still. And it's gonna be like a bit funny to get most damage out of this, but we should be able to get more. Tier 1 starts next month, I think, right? And there's already a event league out for POE 1 where you can earn yourself some boxes, like of a Pox League. It goes for like 10 days or so, right? I mean, POE 1 might start, but POE 1 is like, generally the new league is completely uninteresting to me. I have no plans on doing anything POE 1-esque. Let's go into the temple and instantly like cancel the temple because I don't want to like for leveling right now waste time inside there. I think will come in 05 Endgame. I don't think Endgame will come. I obviously hope for new ascendancies as well. I don't think a new class, maybe a new weapon, but new weapon also requires a new class. So yeah, gonna be harsh for them to like do everything we kind of want them to do, right? Okay, first road in. Can I now close temple, or do I actually have to go in, go out, close temple? I gotta say, I like the building part of the temple. I feel like they should have put the waypoint right next to the console, though. Because if you have to go into this, like, if you have to go into the temple, right, then walk to the console, then go into the temple, walk into the console, it's not that much of a, like, you know, it's not ginormously problematic. But after you've done it, like, 20, 30, 40, 50 times, at some point you're gonna be like, nah. Could I just be spawned right next to it? Daggers when? See, that's what I said. Like, I would hope, obviously, for a new weapon to come, but a new weapon needs a new class to come. We can't just get a new weapon because a new weapon always bound to also new class. Because they're obviously the weapons of the said class. Hmm? We're going to be using spears all the way to the end game and in the end game. This is going to be end of the day an explosive spear character with lightning spear and other shenanigans. But we will use explosive spear. So you better get ready for that. Explosive spear, plenty cool. Okay, we are level 12. That's actually a good leveling pace for what we're doing here right now. We need to get 16 for the next spear. I want Shadow more than anything. Well, I hope that Shadow will finally give us some poison-related ascendancy. I mean, I really want a poison-related ascension. I want a bleed-related ascension, and I want a real ignite-related ascension, because I kind of feel like, obviously, I don't want to like, hey, you want to play ignite, so you gotta play this ascension, right? But let's be fair. You want to play poison? What are you gonna play? Pathfinder, right? There's no questions asked. Like, you want to do poison? It's Pathfinder. Want to do bleed? It's most likely going to be Blood Mage. However, Blood Mage ain't even like a real bleed ascension. It's just like a, sure, you can do, you make your elemental stuff bleed as well. Cool. Cool, isn't it? Cool, cool, cool. Just by ice. Ice will be part of this because we will have to later use a freezing skill for Batyre's Vengeance. Because you know what Batyre's Vengeance says, guys? Batyre's Vengeance says if you freeze an enemy, gain extra cold damage to as much rage you're having. Now imagine we're having 200 rage. And then you use Batyre's Vengeance to actually gain bonus cold damage in accordance to how much rage we're having. Sounds interesting, doesn't it? I don't even know what kind of armor concept we're going to go for later. It's a bit of confusion. So I need to make a filter for this build. Since we're playing a... we're playing a Druid. But I want talismans and spears. Probably armor and energy shield, right? Spear Druid. Okay. About freezing mobs getting shattered. Well, we will have explosions. We will have freezies. I think we might end up playing all 3 heralds again in this build as well. I'm not entirely sure. But there should be a lot. I mean, for a new class, you still have to wait a while. Last time when they did a new class, aka the Amazon, The next season was all about game improvements without a class. So the cadence was kind of like get a new class, then get a bunch of game improvements and bonus ascendancies, then get another class, then again game improvements, bonus ascendancies, and that kind of stuff. Right? That's how it currently feels in terms of the update cadence on those things. Aha, mine. Thought it was hard in Soul Self-Found. I think it's fine, but definitely not a build I would consciously choose for Soul Self-Found, because the problem with totems is that you obviously need the bonus skill ranks as much as possible. And you would prefer to have the Idol of Uldern, because the Idol of Uldern gives you a bonus totem for no biggie. And then later, you obviously need to get the Desecration for the bonus totem as well. Primal Hunger node. What does Primal Hunger do? I haven't really thought about Oracle Bear in a while. Because I think we're playing... Are we not playing Shaman Bear? Lightning for spreading, that is the Lightning Herald. Herald of Thunder. If you shock an enemy and kill a shocked enemy, then you get a lightning buff, and that lightning buff strikes down as you're then hitting. The 100% more rage, but no effect from rage, or which one was it? Because the no effect from rage is obviously the terrifying thing. I mean, you could get the 100% more rage, and then you could obviously use the Batari's Vengeance to get like insane amounts of cold damage, but you would still miss the rage multiplier. So the biggest reason why we're having rage is because rage is a multiplier, right? Now, obviously, if you're going to say, hey, I'm going to play a spell damage, or every rage gives me bonus spell damage character. So let's say you play the node here. Every rage grants you increased spell damage. And then you would play a Primal Hunger to have 100% more rage. And you would actually go for rage stacking to then get more rage. So the basic idea would be, okay, step number 1. That's physical damage. I would prefer to... No, this is actually lightning damage. You know what? I could probably go for that lightning damage, right? Yeah, most likely. So yeah, the basic idea would then be that you're like going for that rage spell damage stacking instead of that rage stacking, and then maybe make yourself have more rage. But I don't think it's actually like a good idea. Just, it would work, sure, but it wouldn't be crazy. Okay, we are having now the Storm Lances. And Storm Lances are really, really cool because you can throw the Storm Lances in the ground and then you can detonate them. So we're only going to give them 3 because I don't need more for this. Then we're going to look into our gems because I should have a multi-shot number 2 because that's what the Storm Lance needs. Thank you very much. So this is going to have us hurl the Storm Lance out faster. Then we want a Rapid Attacks 2 to also hurl it out faster. And what else did we want to have for Storm Lance? I'm kind of like looking into my Ice Poison Pathfinder, right? Elemental Armament, yeah, sure. I don't think we have an Elemental Armament number 2, so I need to weasel you out, and then Stormlance gets number 2. This is now going to have you put that in, and then they explode like massively, and it's going to be super cool. Strength Dex. Like you do this, and then you explode all 3 of them.
First one is
Biggest wall for attack skills is usually see, this is the most fun.
corruption breathes life where none should be.
Like that. Lightning Spear is fast for the campaign? Yep. gets faster once you get the Combat Frenzy, because Combat Frenzy will then get you the Frenzy charges. But we're actually going to make our Frenzy charges different, because you know how you can easily make Frenzy charges, Chad? And I never thought about it. If you're an Oracle and you have inevitable critical, so you are 100% crit, then you can take the pounds, and on the pounds you put a sniper's mark, which means that on pouncing you will put on the sniper's mark, right? Okay, Wayne. On pouncing you will put on the sniper's mark, and then you will always, with the next hit, because of inevitable critical, crit, no matter how much damage the crit does, to guaranteed get the frenzy charge. What skill will we use on mapping? We are going to use Lightning Spear together with Explosive Spear and Glacial Lance for mapping. This is going to be an intriguing Lightning Spear build, but like you gotta see how we're scaling the damage. That's where it's gonna get real interesting. We're almost level 16, Shan. Almost level 6. Oh, that wasn't even that fast, Act 1, by the way. An hour, Act 1. Tark, how did you get yourself stuck? The 100% more rage counts as the spell damage. Yeah, I thought so. I was hoping it wouldn't do, but thanks for trying it out, sir. Sad that it would do that. So, Count Geonor. How much are we doing? Explosive Spear, chat? We're saying at 600 damage for an Explosive Spear. That's kind of funny. So we're going to put 2 down. Reasonable deeps. Socket it. 3 to 5 cold damage. There we go. So we're going to put these down, as I said, right? And then you're going to explode them. And that's the real damage here. Because you get like the Stormlands, and they're 83, but it's 83 per on hit. And then you get the detonation, and it's 200 per detonation. So you get 3 spears, each detonates for 200, plus the detonation of the 700 from the Explosive Spear. Right, and it's 2 Explosive Spear detonating like that. So it's kind of like how the whole thing just comes together. And this gets faster. Obviously, the quicker your actual explosions are, the faster the whole thing goes, right? I just raise my shield to tank him. Ooh, are there unique shields that give you damage? I didn't think about it, chat, because I'm just wheeling a random shield, right? But are there unique shields that give you more damage? It's like last time I actually looked for a shield is quite a while ago. Okay, we're gonna create a planner for this too, by the way, chat, so don't worry. We're gonna import our from eyes. Oh, sorry, I forget the sounds to activate them in the background. What was this called again? 200 rage. That's what we called it.
I found messages from
There's a shield that gives AC rating. Yeah, honestly, I've never looked at shields. I pick them up, then they land in my stash, and that's it. Right? My damage blocked is recouped as mana. Skill effect duration, I guess. That's level 28. Nothing interesting, right? Double stun threshold. Chaos resistance. Nothing even remotely like, hey, we need to use this, huh? I'm just running around with the most random hobo shield that I could think about.
Here's what I got.
I'm just gonna like keep stacking random hobo shields. That's it.
To the cairns.
And with level 16, we can also put on my Wake of Destruction boots, actually. For more lightning damage. How many hours have you played this game for? Only 1,000. But it was 1,000 very productive hours of using your brain to be an absolute menace. No?
Each grain of sand here has a story all its own.
So, the good 1,000 hours. Okay, we're now aiming for spear chat. That will do 1 to 200 lightning damage. Yeah, but that's it. No fire, just 1 to 200 lightning damage. I wonder if that one still works for my explosive spear. So might have to actually not play it, or would have to play 2 spears then. Just see at level 16 now. Lightning damage would ruin everything. One of the Shrine Scepters is a possibility. Yeah, the Shrine Scepters do work, actually. You're not completely wrong about that. Could probably get that, but I don't think the damage increase is meaningful enough to be worth it. So I actually got that Shrine Scepter last time. It was kind of funny. But again, I don't think the damage increase is anyway something. Better POE or D4? Depends on what you're looking for. What style of game you're currently thirsting? Because there's no yes or no for this. There's only what do you want to play. Just want to go out there and slay monsters? Then go play Diablo, definitely. Looking for a more in-depth challenge? Definitely Path of Exile. But then again, still not a definite answer. Aren't they the same genre? I mean, Need for Speed is a racing game, and in GTA 6 you can also race. You got Call of Duty as a first-person shooter, and you got Counter-Strike. Aren't they the same game? Like God of War is an action RPG, and this is an action RPG. Right? Aren't they the same?
There stands our leader.
So no, they're not. Right? Same genre, 2 completely different games. Exactly. God of War story game? No, God of War is an action RPG. It's an RPG game that has action in it. And if we just go with mere game descriptions, that's what it would be. Now, obviously, it doesn't do the game justice, right? Calling God of War an action RPG kind of feels wrong. Because who goes out there and is like, hey, isn't God of War an action RPG? Yeah, like, fuck you, yeah, bitch. Seriously? Why would you say something stupid like that? I don't have any tier 5 skills, so I need to do tier 4 skill. Pounds. Pounds gets Mark of Death. Why not? Pounds gets cooldown recovery, so we can count pounds more. And pounds get normal for the time being. Are we still going to use the pounds to pounds around? Yeah, absolutely. Okay, we're level 16. So the question is, are we going to use the lightning spear now? Because the lightning spear would ruin the damage of my explosive spears, and I wouldn't like that. Because we have this one here, and it's called the Sky Sliver, right? Sky Sliver is 1 to 16 lightning damage, which is kind of cool. But, like, right now our lightning spear is 305, right? And that would make our lightning spear 452. But our explosive spear here, like, usually turns fire damage, like, physical into fire damage. But I guess it could also just do 100 lightning damage and be happy about it. Now, see how that works? So this is like the Sky Silver. It's kind of juicy. Was Primal Strike nerfed? No. Not that I'm aware of. People still play Primal Strike, and it's a good one. So yeah, what people were talking about spear-wise is this spear, this scepter, Chad. It's called Scepter. Boop, boop, boop. Font of Power. Here, the Dark Defiler. You gain 5% of damage as damage per undead, and I think this one is available for lower level as well, right? Or this is the lowest level scepter you can take. Because you obviously want to have a Sacred Flame or a Guardian Palm. I have a Guardian Palm somewhere. I just don't know where it is. I think I put it on the store. Actually, I put it on the stores. It didn't Primal Strikes get a small quality of life buff, as far as I know. I'm doing a Wyvern build. Do you think it would be worth to take pounds? And then if you shapeshift recently nodes, you get more damage. Would be worth it? Wilbur. Wilbur, as a Wyvern, you definitely have to play pounds. But if you shapeshifted recently nodes, you're talking about these ones here. They're not worth it. They're easy skip. The bonus damage is not needed at all. There are better nodes around for you to take. I hate that people hate on D4. I mean, some people will hate on everything. Some people will hate on puppies. Let them hate and enjoy your games. If you find joy in playing a game, that's exactly what you're looking for. And if other people, you know, like feel the need to hate on other games, that's you know, they're coping for whatever. Ivan, you have not given up on the Warcry bear. I'm happy to hear that. The problem with the Sky Sliver is kind of that you're now doing X to X damage, right? So I'm going to do either all the damage or no damage, right? Because the Sky Sliver really says 1 to 116. So either it just hits like a train or it doesn't hit at all. Savage Wolf, your notifications are on, but you didn't come when we went live. But how dare you, sir? So happy to still have you here. Hope you're doing well. When I was late myself, I got to my physiotherapy meeting. Everything is fine. I was late too, but it was planned lateness. So like a wizard is never late, kind of lateness thingy, you know. Obviously. Oh. Can I use pounds on W? problem is, I can't use pounce on W because my brain doesn't compute. Pounce has been on every single build on E. E is my travel skill button. And my reactive skill button is, or my damage skill button is right click and R, always. And then my reactive skill button is always Q. Problem is, it's like on every single build like that. So I can't just change the order of things because then it doesn't make sense to me anymore. Yeah, I'm sorry. As soon as I just move that around, it's like, no. This is not where it should be. It's not the button where pound should be. Is Tangle Tongue build hard to get going? What Tangle Tongue build? I mean, Tangle Tongue is still being used, yeah, but what Tangle Tongue build? And are you talking about Lightning Spear Tangle Tongue shenanigans? Now, really easy to get going. Don't even need Tangle Tongue. Tangle Tongue is actually not needed. Like, especially on an Oracle, because on an Oracle, you're already guaranteed crits, so why waste that on Tangle Tongue? And I was thinking about equipping Tangle Tongue at some point as well, because it just should allow me technically to put some bonus speed on. But honestly, not sure. Is there another unique spear after Sky Sliver that makes sense to take? Does anyone know? Okay, we, by the way, went all the way down now, chat, that we could take this elemental damage node. I mean, technically, we could have also gone up, but the problem is, as we go up, there is, like, fire damage, arcane surge, channeling skills, right? They're like life regeneration. There's no damage node here. There would be like physical here with damage nodes. This would be shapeshifted damage nodes. So all of these wouldn't work. So I guess the closest we have to working is like here, like lightning damage and increased shock duration. Probably the crit spear. Yeah, probably Tangle Tongue. That's what I thought about. I never the unique spear that we're using. I mean, this is right now the Sky Sliver. But there should be other unique spears to as well take. I mean, right now we have used Sky Sliver, and before that we used, what was it called again? Not Sky Sliver. The level 10 unique spear. There's actually quite a lot of unique spears, and we might actually use Aziri's Disdain in the end game, but I haven't decided on that yet. It's mentioned that you can bifurcate inevitable criticals. Huh, interesting to know. Thank you for telling us. So what we're saying is that you can't actually use the Tangle Tongue together with the Oracle. I never looked at it. You hope for your back pain, a burr hat. Well, my leg sometimes still feels like a wooden leg, but my discs are getting better. I mean, I gotta just... I don't know, probably do another month or so, and I might be fully functional lagging again. Or not, we'll see. When we're definitely trying to avoid any kind of operation, because I don't want to have an operation on my back. No one likes that. Right? Who wants an operation on their back? Even though we have a very good clinic close by, but still. Not on my scale from 1 to whatever things that you would like to have. Good. We're gonna pounce in. And we need to now get level 7 skill gems, because then with a pounce, we can apply the Hunter's Mark. And that's going to be good. Oh, actually, we can't break armor with this build. And you know why, Chan? Oh, I'm pressing the wrong buttons. Ignore my brain right now. I'm literally just pressing the wrong buttons. We can't actually break armor because we're not doing any physical damage right now. Ginger Craze, I had some slip discs in my back last year after way too much garden work and carrying my daughters around and that kind of stuff, which led to me having a partially paralyzed leg. That leg is not paralyzed anymore. Just partially still, but less partially. And that's why we're having to go to a therapy to make sure that I get my fully functioning leg back, because I kind of would like to have that with 36 years, right? Having like a less fully functioning leg is not what I was looking forward to at this age. So yeah, that's what we're working on. Uniques, what I was talking about. Spears. Here we got this one with level 21. The problem is with this one with level 21 that it gives only bonus damage if you did a melee attack recently, right? But honestly, with the pounds, it could work. Huh, chat. With pounds, it could work. Pounds is a melee hit. So I could technically play Deavata's Wind. But Deavata's Wind is less damage than the Sky Silver, which is 1 to 116. I mean, Chain Sting with 31 to 54, that was actually great, right? But I wonder if there's another spear in between, kind of like. I mean, I have a list of all the spears because I was smart, chat. I went on POE. Jiggy majiggy. So it would show me like all the existing unique spears. Right? Because I wanted to know which do we have. What are all the possible spear uniques? Sky Silver, there's Tangle Tongue, obviously. There's also Citus Spear. There's Spire of Ire. Yeah, but it's probably Tangle Tongue or Devatas, right?
The dark hides all manner of creatures.
Jumping, POE says you have an unstable driver. No, you don't have an unstable driver. POE just thinks you have an unstable driver. So I used set unstable driver, and there's nothing unstable about it. So how do you change that? Well, you could downgrade your driver, but why would you do that if the driver actually works? So I've now played this league a couple of 100 hours, and I've never had any problems with loading times and whatsoever. So don't stress yourself. Everything is fine. Why not just craft up a nice spear? We could do that too, but so I like to do, if I do these leveling streams, I like to take uniques because it's easy replicable. Does that make sense? So if I tell you just buy this stupid spear for 1 exalted orb, you can do that, right? And that's why I like to that's why I like to do it that way. Because it just makes it more convenient for you guys to then potentially copy the build if you want to copy the build, right? Because if I now say, like, buy yourself a spear from trade for like 5 exalted, but what if there's no 5 exalted spear available right now that's even remotely good? And then you might be better off just getting yourself uniques, because uniques are always available, right? I mean, off obviously varying prices, but they're always available. They're never not available. Is this whole self-out? No, absolutely not. This is us totally sending it and beating the shit out of everything with, like, super juice stuff. No intention of soul self-finding. This should be a dead end, right? I mean, sometimes the Helani gates are, like, connected to the whole other region. So I've had that like 2 times in like 20 playthroughs, that when you go past Bubula, that the Helani gates are actually past Bubula. It doesn't often happen. There's a chance. Have you tried Tabrula Rasa's body armor for 6 jewels? Not for leveling, no. Is Garakan's Resolve Gem redundant or nerfing inevitable since it puts you at 50% crit? I think it's bad. But I don't remember why. But there was something why Garakan's Resolve was not needed for Oracle. Here, by the way, I was right, Chan. I was right. This is actually the way to the Halani gates. I'll be damned. Fry's over. Did not expect that to happen. Cool. So I think some people did some smart math on the Oracle chat, and you technically don't need more than, I think it was 20 or 30% crit chance, because the rest is being taken care of by your critical strike damage bonus. So if you have a 20 or 30% crit chance, and then you just go for critical strike damage bonus, critical strike damage bonus, critical strike damage bonus, that usually comes out on top compared to stacking even more critical hit chance. Due to how the inevitable critical works of the Druid. It was 20-ish, right? I didn't do the math. Some smart people on Reddit did the math. They ran like all the possibilities, and it was like 20-ish something, and then you just boost crit bonus as high as possible, and that actually gives you the best outcome compared to like going for 50% crit and therefore having less critical strike damage bonus. Okay. It's funny that so few would be enough, but maybe it like just makes your whole building process a bit relaxed. I don't think it was 40. I think it was somewhere around the 20-ish. I was really surprised at like how low it was. That's why I remember the number, because it was like it was abysmal low. Like, oh, you only need this few to make it work. Damn, I'll be, you know, I'll be cook-a-doodled. Which a highest level character in this league, my characters stop at level 90, Tommy. Because I only have one goal in the league. So I want to reach level 90 with a character. I want to make the character work on the highest tiers of contents, right? And like clear tier 3 pinnacles and that kind of stuff, kill the Arbiter. And then I'm just happy and stop playing. So I have like, I just made an ultra strong Witch Hunter that's insanely powerful. It killed the Arbiter. I could obviously invest another 10 Divines. I mean, it's solo self-found, so I have nothing invested essentially, right? I could invest another 10 Divines to probably double or triple the damage. And then I would just have double, triple the damage while I'm already killing everything in seconds. So, yay. You know? So I could kill things that I'm already killing faster. I guess. How many hours do you have this league? A couple of... I mean, this league we've actually invested like a considerable amount. And we're currently sitting at a grand total of 1,031 hours. And I think this is like over 100 hours this season, definitely. Because we have like made like 9 characters or so to level 90. Gotta consider though, my Witch Hunter to level 90 was like 14 hours only. And that was in solo self-found because the character was so heavily broken. Self-advertisement on the build. Check it out. Watch the video. Thank you very much. It's 23.3% crit because there are notes that reduce your chance, but sheet says 23 to 27 for best results. Thank you for telling us. So 23 to 27% critical hit chance for best results. Seems reasonable. This is my favorite boss fighting with spears. Just put down like the storm lances and then just explode them. Done. Oh goodness! Oh goodness! I walked into the lightning thing and it just went like. This league has probably been the one I've played the most. It's funny though, because a lot of people are saying this league is horrible and the league mechanics is horrible and horrible. Blah, 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 blah. I'm like, but I'm playing this league like there's no tomorrow. Okay, let's check quickly on the market chat. We got, it's called Sata's Barbed Spear. Is what level? Sata's is level 33 because this one is 111 damage, but with fire, which is kind of cool. I mean, you don't need the bleeding, right? But you want to have like the overall like top DPS with this one. And this one can go like, for some reason, Citus can go up to 611 twice corrupted DPS. How? That's bullshit. How did you hit the roulette there? Because they're corrupting the increased physical damage. Damn, Chad. That's kind of funny that you actually get this far up for a level 33 spear, right? Then we had the, what was it, Tangle Tongue. I don't think I have a Tangle Tongue where I sold all my Tangle Tongues because I dislike that one. So you get like a Tangle Tongue, and Tangle Tongue can have like how much DPS? Tangle Tongue could technically go up to 220, but I said like only Exalted Orb, please. So Tangle Tongue can go up to 113 as well. That would be level 30. So here's a 26er one for like 108. Right? That probably makes the sense to buy, right? A Tangle Tongue almost. I think it's like we have a spear that does 116 damage. So do we even need the Tangle Tongue? Okay, that's our first level 7 skill gem for level 7 skills. We do need the Glacial Lance later on. But what we first need right now is the Sniper's Mark. Actually, the Sniper's Mark wouldn't work yet, to be honest.
Need something?
And I wonder what a well-crafted spear would cost when you like buy a normal spear right now. I don't think it could do 116 damage.
You have your orders.
Let's ascend right away because I'm just lazy. I just want to ascend. Is there a catch to the basic attack rend for Wyvern? I mean, like, it's slow, but the damage in AoE is too good, I think. It's not slow, Wilbur. Once you get the attack speed going, you need the Talisman with Onslaught. Onslaught is going to give you more skill speed on kills. Then you get preferable attack speed on the Talisman itself, but you can get to values where your attacks are just smooth, they're floating, it just feels good. So don't say things like that. Okay, let's cheat the whole thingy, chat. Restore. I got the restore honor on clearing a room thingies, right? Restore honor on picking up a key. Restore honor on picking up a key. Restore honor on killing a boss. Do I have movement speed? Right? Movement. Yeah. Okay. So what do we have? Movement speed. Movement speed. Just putting random ones on because it doesn't matter. You know, everything is better than nothing. But there we go.
Only the strongest leave this place standing.
Craft a double corrupt of that speed. You mean of the lightning spear? And you double corrupted and you're trying to get the lightning damage double corrupted? Dude, you could probably get some insane outcome from that, right? That would actually be really funny. I wonder that there's probably a double corrupted Sky Sliver on the market, right? Someone must have Sky Sliver. So someone must have like a 206, so not double corrupted, but oh no, 290 lightning damage. So no one managed to double corrupt that. That's sad. Instant death.
That was close.
Yeah, so my relic space is this big because I cleared all the Trials of Secamus. Obviously that's like my fully there. That's the advantage of playing a trade over Soul Cellphone character. Obviously Soul Cellphone always begins with non-existent Secamus. I give up on Druid, but why, sir? Druid's so good. No, you give ups. You come back here right now. Well, we just recently did our solo self-found Druid challenge, and it was one of the strongest builds we've made. So you no give up. You come back here right now. Druid is brilliant. The biggest problem is if you're not getting the fancy, like if you play Soul Sapphire and you're not getting the fancy lineage supports, that's definitely going to hurt. Because you're looking for something like Batar's Vengeance. And you're not getting Batar's Vengeance. And you're like, where's my Batar's Vengeance? Oh, lesser iron rune, you say?
Swift magnificence.
Love my Druid, one of the easiest playthroughs. Honestly, one of the easier first playthroughs next to Mercenary. So obviously Mercenary is still king. I know they're Mercenary haters, but we all know Mercenary is the coolest. It's so weird when you just do no damage with a Sky Sliver. I mean, alone for that, I kind of want to change the Sky Sliver out. Because there's just a world where you don't do any damage with it. So weird. Using armored breaking rounds on Merc, it's so damn fun. It is. Does Gardener build still work with a Shaman? All builds I see are Oracle. The builds you see are Oracle because the Gardener is using Cast on Crit. And Cast on Crit works obviously best on Oracle. So yeah. I mean, I gotta say the whole Entangle community has been very uninspired. Because obviously all Entangle builds, like, we pretty much have just one Entangle build. So at least with the animal builds, you could do some different varieties of the animal builds, right? But with the Entangle, it was really just like, okay, so Cast on Crit, Entangle, Oracle, done. And that's it. Right?
Swift magnificence. Relish your mortality.
I'm trying a Gemling Wyvern. Might should work. There's no argument against it. Gemling is certainly giving you a boost for what you're doing. And generally speaking, Wyvern should work with everything. Because every Ascendancy can do something to boost the Wyvern. Obviously, you just have like some skill travel issues down the line, right? When from Merc, obviously over to the Wyvern side is easy. From Witch over to the Wyvern side, it's okay. If you go then from Ranger, but still should work.
An oasis in the desert.
Can have a red Entangle. Wait, is there a skin for it? I wasn't aware. I'm sorry, I take everything back I said about the no variety. I'm pretty sure those 3 fireballs could have actually killed me if they hit me. It reminds me I have to put on a different armor piece. I'm still wearing my first armor piece here right now. King of the Mist beat your ass for an hour. You mean King of the Mist in Endgame?
The forehead is formidable.
The forehead is formidable.
Stand clear.
Like in this combination, there are like 5 spears involved, and I feel like every now and then one of these spears just doesn't do a single point of damage. I wonder if the unseen paths help me in any way. Because we're obviously gonna like ascend now, right? And we can take the unseen paths. Does that help me right now, right away? Or do I have to wait for later for this? With the unseen paths, I can take bonus lightning damage to attacks, I guess. Yeah, you know what? Let's just do that. Okay, chat. Let's take the 127, 127, and the 1-37 lightning damage to attacks, okay? Just because we can.
I see the paths not yet taken.
Actually funny.
From it, we will succeed.
Okay. Okay, if I wanted to buy a level 21 spear, what do we have now here? Like if I just wanted to buy a spear now. Spear, level 21. And we're going to go for Exalted Orbs, right? And we want it as high DPS as possible. I could get 147. Yeah, those are all Sky Slivers, right? See? So these are technically the highest damaging spears that you can get at this point. Unless you'd say, please only give me rares. How high could a rare spear go? 111 2 DPS. Technically. So it seems like Sky Sliver is the answer for the current space. Right? Okay, 7 Waters, Crown of Stone, Theft of Ivory. What endgame build are you going for? Explosive Spear? Frenzy Charges? Batire's Vengeance? Glacial Lance? Pounce with Glory? Maximum Reach?
Sand.
And we're talking about over 100 points of Rage. And then with Berserk having that boosted as well. I'm just not sure how I'm going to afford using Berserk, because Berserk is going to drain max life in accordance with how much rage we have. So I wonder if that's not instantly going to kill us. However, considering that we're going to be restoring life by expanding glory, it might work to keep us alive. But I don't know yet, so we'll have to see. This is not going to be a soul self-found build. This is not going to be a soul self-found friendly build at all, because you will require lineage supports to make this work. Now, I'm not saying you can't play Lightning Spear. You can obviously play Lightning Spear on solo self-found. However, the base idea behind the build, the glory into the rage and the glory rage stacking, cannot be done in soul self-found. Well, but you can, but then you're going to grind until forever until you get the certain lineage support. Because I want to use a lineage support that turns a normal skill into a glory skill. Okay? And unless you're doing that, I cannot recommend playing it. Because we're going to be able to turn our pounce into a glory skill. Which tremendously speeds up everything we're doing. Because just imagine your pounce being a glory skill now. Oh, there's one thing we forgot to pick up, Chad. Let me show you what we forget to pick up. I must shamefully admit.
Not bad for a wonder.
It should open up the gates, right? No, one is missing. So what I forgot is... So what we forget is I wanted to use the Wake of Destruction, but I don't know where I have it. Ah, here. So these are the Wake of Destruction boots. So we're sitting at 1,400, right? And they're just going to add another 1 to 41 lightning damage, which is another 400 damage here on the skill, right? So we're at 600 and it goes up to 200 and that's another 400 there. That's kind of why you want to play it, because it's like too fucking good to not play it, right? We can also add these gloves, by the way, because they're 5 to 9. Actually, these are 1 to 15 lightning damage. Yep, thank you. We can finally put on the proper amulet. And we can check if we have rings that give us actual damage bonus. I mean, I have like a couple of rings, right? A lot of rings, to be honest. And all of these are usually damage-related rings. So, you know, that's why we collect them. It's 8 to 13 fire damage. Thank you very much. There is probably some lightning damage here. That's 35. Surprised I wouldn't have like another low-level ring to replace that. What's your thought process when you upgrade gear? I'm not very good at comparing lower rare items with higher level blue items. You have to start identifying what are good bases. Like, what is a blue items that's worth crafting on, right? So, for example, I recently found a helmet that has set plus 150 armor in blue. And then it had, like, any arbitrary amount of resistance. So, obviously, if it has a flat stat of armor, I know, hey, I can take this item piece and I can just simply use an Essence of Enhancement to already make a killer item out of this. And those are the... Wait, where the fuck is the Lightless Well? Huh? That officially does not make a fucking sense. Yeah, that's where the Badlands are? This is where everything is close. What? It's usually always on the outside, but where is it? What am I missing? Next thing you know, it's not here. No. Makes no sense. I have never seen it be in the middle of the entrance to it. Yeah, it can't be here in the middle. It's in Bone Pits. No, it's in the first one. Always been in the first one. Here, see? Right in the middle. Wow, smack. I have never seen that. Wow, that's the first. Ain't me surprised. Because there's a first for everything. See, even after thousands of hours, map designs can surprise you. Chat. Isn't that fun? Okay, another 1, 2, 7 lightning damage, and then 1, 2, 37 lightning damage. By the way, all these points will later be refunded, right, and exchanged, but currently it's just the best points I can put. I don't have any better points to put. I've never seen it there too, right? I'm not the only one that's just surprised about this. No, I don't want to fight with a ginormous pit. If that ginormous pit would at least guarantee you like a material for upgrading and desecrating, but it doesn't, which is a scam. Yeah, I'm not mad about the subtle changes they do to some regions to like have like the starting point and the end point. It gives it a fresh vibe, so it's fine. But still, sometimes you're like, what the hell? I've never seen this before, right?
There's no end to this place.
Oh, I didn't actually unlock the Mastodon Badlands waypoint. Ooh. What do you think of a Reap Oracle build? I mean, it should work, but you need a Reap stuff. right? So definitely not so cell phone friendly. Because if you have to get a reap stuff to make the reap build work, and without the reap stuff, the reap build doesn't work. So you're gonna be busy finding that stuff, right? Okay, please give me the statue, dear hyenas. Don't make me farm for 5 minutes again. Problem is that the bonus from the statue is like so good that you can't miss out on it, right? Getting a bonus charm slot without having to get a belt with a bonus charm slot, it's just invaluable. A Silverfist, honestly, Silverfist has been wondering. I had some crazy iterations this time around that led to a lot of confusion. Man's definitely on the road. I hate lightning? Well, you shouldn't hate lightning. I mean, lightning is shock and shock is OP. I just find it sad that shock is so OP. And I think Ignite will turn into an absolute powerhouse debuff in a while, right? That's gonna be interesting. One, two. Easily. Ah, I love this.
I'll put these to better use than the blighted necromancer ever did.
So I understand if you don't like lightning. Lightning is kind of silly. It's okay to be against it. Do I have a better chest piece that I wanted to put on? Unique chest piece. What can we put on here? Evasion rating. I usually put on like some maximum armor kind of chest piece. Right? Last time I played with the Cataphract, I mean, this gives me no life regeneration, but it gives me like insane amounts of armor. Makes you like a tank machina. Here. Oh, actually, these are too high powered for this. Yeah, that's true. I forgot. I can't use them. But I have like a low powered physical. Yeah, 1,000. Oh, level 7. So for level 7, I wanted to get a sniper's mark so that our pounds gets a sniper's mark now. The idea behind it. Oh, I need 2 more intelligence to actually use Eternal Mark. Huh. Hint. Okay, so the idea is that pounds is in, and if we then crit, then we get lightning. Level 22. Some waters of Cath.
To believe the Vestiria once bloomed with life and color.
You've been playing an Ignite Flame Blast Lich. How do you scale damage? Ignite magnitude, I assume, but I've never played Ignite Flame Blast Lich, so not really an advice for you. You put that mark on very easy. Don't actually have to throw the lightning spear at this point anymore. You can just keep throwing like lances in. That's enough. Gotta kill snakes because snakes have other thingies for me. There we go. Let's go. Okay, now we're sitting at, okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're sitting at 1,000 damage. And if I now pick up this node, this is another 1 to 37 lightning damage. See, that's another 200 damage plus. That has been a beautiful oracle so far. I've not taken a single node like this on my any of my druids, right? It's never been necessary on any of the druids. But here now, why not? Right? Why not take it? Why not make it work? Why not have fun with it? We're already playing a spear. Whatever. Why is my lightning weird? Purple? My lightning is not purple, Wilbur? Is your screen weird? Yeah, your screen is weird, Wilbur. Wilbur, are you having a stroke? Wilbur, how's your right arm? Right arm, right? Are you feeling dizzy? Is something numb that shouldn't be numb? How many fingers am I holding up? How many? Okay, ground pound into pew, pew. More ground pound into more pew. Good, another tier 7 skill gem. So now we have all this lightning damage taken. We could also take the elemental damage, but what other funny node do we have close by because of this? So we got the critical strike damage bonus, that's useless. We have the movement speed. This is also one we want to take later. So damage penetrates elemental resistance for each time you use the skill that requires glory. Very cool. Can definitely use it. No questions asked. There is, I mean, we should probably go up and just get this damage node here right now, correct? Because it is like 15, 15, 15, and 30% bonus damage. I don't see any other big damage node. I mean, technically we could go back here for the extra lightning damage node, but don't really see that. So I guess we're going to go up, yeah, for these now. So that's intelligence, that's dexterity, thank you very much. You may have written a guide about this noise. I mean, we will give you a video that breaks it down once we have it working, right? So again, I saw the concept of using glory together with a certain set of skills. Now we need to bring it to the end game, right? Then in the end game, we need to see how well it actually is working and what we need to do to fine tune it, that you get the best possible version for just overall enjoyment and fun. And once it is fully streamlined, we're going to put it out for you to enjoy. That's the process that we like to follow. Because why would I give you something that's half cooked and then you're going to be like, this is half cooked? I mean, we have currency. I get like 50 divines or so flying around. I'm by no means rich. I just have enough to do funny things. The pieces for this build are not expensive. The most expensive thing that I've found so far is the gloves for 1 divine. But I'm not sure if I'm even going to use the gloves because I just wanted to buy them to have them for the case that I want to use them, if that makes sense. But I'm not even sure if we're going to actually use them. Superior bronze greaves. No, I don't need this. But they're all superior, so this is like, you know, materials I can break down. Now let's get the bonus damage. We're actually sitting at 3,000 damage with a single explosive spear. It's kind of funny. The best part is really the short fuse on explosive spear, because otherwise explosive spear just feels horrible if you're not used to the delayed gratification. Did the physical damage work with a Merc build? Which physical damage? How's the Merc Incinerator build? We uploaded the full Zero to Hero guide, which is like the cinematic experience from level 1 to Arbiter down, and a Zero 2. That one is already live. It's probably one of my best guides we've made to date. Breaks everything down in a nice, digestible, fun way, hopefully. That one is out. And it killed the Arbiter in 12 hours. You heard right, Chad? From level 1 to the end, solo self-found, 12 hours. That build was not from this world. God damn the Chinese and their Chinese super techs. I mean, seriously. Like, what the fuck is wrong with the Chinese? That's why you every now and then have to go into forums to read up stuff instead of just relying on YouTube, right? Some random creator made like a killer build. Nah. Just go into forums and read what people are talking about, discussing. There's a lot of theory crafting going on in the community, which I find cool. But forums, the standard Path of Exile forum, I was actually in there. Also Reddit. There's just generally a lot of discussions happening. There's also a couple of Path of Exile 2 Reddit's Discords you can join. Where there's like theory crafting left, right, and center. Okay, so we could make it to the architect already, but I don't want to make it to the architect already, right? Because killing the architect... Wait, does killing the architect... No, I still have the 30 bonus crystals, so I actually don't have to do it, right? I'm just building my road here. Chinese would just don't know. Jimmy, the Chinese have like very good ideas, generally speaking. A lot of theory crafting going in there. Oh, cool. I'm getting a ring. A ruby ring. Ruby ring shit. Ow, 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 ow. I've fallen, I can't get up. But we're sitting at 74% armor, Chad. The cataphract armor. So that's kind of nifty. Making me a fat-ass tank. Jesus Christ, this is like eating up my mana reserves like so much. Like one single pounds. Eat up my mana into non-existence. Big thanks for what you're doing, making me play and have fun with the game. Well, I appreciate it. Happy we can make you enjoy the game. But I was genuinely thinking about not playing Path of Exile today. Problem is, then I would have had to start a new game, chat. And then we would have to start a new game in a couple of days again. So I didn't want you to get that new game whiplash, right? That we're just jumping from game to game. Because on the 22nd, we might start with Turnbound. 22nd is in 2 days. Turnbound is going to be a new auto battler. That is actually pretty damn interesting. Reminds of Backpack Battle. I don't know if you ever played Backpack Battles. If you were there. Very cool. Very fun.
But you deserved better than this.
There are some intriguing things.
But not all.
In the Witch Hunter video, I was confused. Do you ignite or oil first? It doesn't matter. Because you have elemental focus on the weapon, sir. So you can oil first and then ignite, or you ignite first and then oil. But you just got to do one or the other, right? Well, one of the things you will have to do, either oiling or igniting. And if you ignite the enemy and then throw the oil, it also works. So there's no like it will stop working then. Okay, armor is set so far. Boots are set. Gloves are set. Belt is set. I mean, we kind of just do have to find new talismans so I can pounce better through levels. I kind of like the talisman pouncing though. It makes like the whole zone traversal so much smoother. I mean, for having to go quick through an area, that's way too good to not use, huh? So yeah, I generally like to ignite first and then oil. Main reason ignite first then oil is that you're just making sure that your oil then instantly just get the ignite done and don't accidentally erupt the oil from some of the other stuff you can do. Charm slot. Charm charges gained. Highguard launches in a week. Yeah, so Highguard launches in a week, but we don't know how it will really be. Highguard is one of the most controversial anticipated, non-anticipated games. It's going to be a hero shooter. However, it was shown, in case you missed it, Highguard was shown during the Game Awards. And since then, the Twitter has been deadly silent because people are very anti-vocal about it because they're not looking for another hero shooter. I mean, you know how people are. People are idiots. But they're looking for like a new whatever. And since they're not getting a new whatever, they're already against the game without the game having even released. It's going to be interesting to see how that whole Highguard thing will turn out. It's going to be another Concord disaster. Or if we're getting something else, right? Because right now it's shaping a bit up to like be Concord 2.0. Dead on arrival. Even dead before arrival, which is even sadder. Okay, where would the final thingy jiggy majiggy be, Chan? Must be in the middle, right? Could it have to do with the game looking like Concord? I mean, like, you know, we'll have to see when it comes out if it's good or not. I'll definitely have an eye on Highguard. Like, I'll have an eye out for it. I'm not super keen on playing it at all. But, hey, maybe it's at least interesting. Interesting enough for a few hours. Not every game has to fill that hole in your chest, right? That void in your heart. Sometimes games just have to be fun to play. Any Black Veil or Dwarven Realms? Have not heard of neither. Neither Black Realm nor Dwarven Realms. Hoyden, I don't like POE 1. I play POE 1 if it's absolutely unavoidable, but I don't actually like the game. It sounds crazy for someone who enjoys POE 2, but I enjoy POE 2. You know? Like, POE 1 is out for over 10 years, right? And this game is out for now 1 year. And I have 1,000 hours in this game. And in POE 1, I have a grand total of like 200-300 hours. Guess that speaks for itself, right? Dwarven Realms like Serious Sam hooked up with Diablo. Wasn't Dwarven Realm that like very low graphic looking vampire hunter-esque game? After playing RDR2, a funny story, I've never played RDR2 because the game is very boring to me. But same as GTA, by the way, I find GTA very boring too. So, you know, different strokes for different folks. But I've had now many voices tell me, obviously, that RDR2 is the best game ever, and that the that I can see my horse penis and it's very detailed and I can stare at it, and that like, you know, the hairs on my horse's back are very hairy and stuff like that. Would never get into it. I generally like new games and seeing new games and seeing what new games have to offer. I mean, not all new games are good, right? But sometimes someone rethinks the status quo, the existing formula in a way that actually makes it fun. And I like that. I'm very much to have for this kind of stuff. To really see what they have been cooking up. I'm doing so much damage right now, it's ridiculous. Really enjoyed Arc Raiders. I didn't at all. I know a lot of people do enjoy Arc Raiders, and I'm really happy for them. I mean, we're right now, like, a lot of people actually enjoyed Arc Raiders, but I've also found 3 videos this morning about, like, Arc Raiders is going down, the truth about Arc Raiders, like, the problems no one talks about, you know? These kind of videos start slowly cropping up in my feed. 10 things Arc Raider needs to change right now.
For glory.
So this is what keeps the wheels turning. Foul business.
Class is this.
I am
This, my friend, is a druid. Because we need to be an oracle. But we don't want to be a animal form, right? We're going to do an oracle with spears. Duckoff is superior to Arc Raiders. Hey, Duckoff is a game of the decade. It's a generation, my friend.
They're dead. Watch.
I really enjoyed Escape from Duckoff. It was brutal. It was unforgiving. It was ducktastic. Definitely one of these games that is just single player love, right? I just enjoy games that you can just play alone and you don't have to worry about like technically anything. You're just able to play the game, right? There's no tricks, there's no like you can just play and have fun. POE 1 is better than POE 2. I mean, POE 1 definitely has more content. POE 1 is definitely further developed in that kind of stuff. However, POE 1's like underlying concept is zoom as fast as possible and do as much damage as fast as possible. And that is really boring. Like, what, isn't POE 2 exactly the same? No, POE 2 is slower and intentionally slower, right? Sure, you're gonna get fast to some point. But it already shows in POE 1 and movement skills. So you have to have a movement skill in POE 1. That movement skill has to have as low cooldown as possible. And then when you're moving to zone, it's like shield charge, shield charge, shield charge, frostblink, shield charge, frostblink, frostblink, shield charge, frostblink, frostblink, shield charge, shield charge. I mean, that's how you're like moving through every single zone, right? And after like 20 minutes of doing that, I just want to like off myself right away. You know, I generally prefer like this speed of going through an area instead of shield charge, frostblink, shield charge, frostblink, shield charge. Right? So it is undoubtedly true that POE 1 might be further developed, longer developed, obviously, but that doesn't make it the better game. Again, different strokes for different folks. Better is a very strong statement. Don't forget Flask. Oh God, don't get me started on Flask now. And so the fun part, every single time I say Flask or shit in POE 1, there's a POE 1 player who's going to tell you, actually, you can get this automated in the end game. And I'm like, I don't fucking care. I don't want to. I hate it. I think potions are stupid. Having to drink like speed running potions so I move faster. Like every 4 seconds you need to drink your Quicksilver potions so you move in a certain amount of speed. No, that's dumb. I don't want to do that. I don't care that actually I can automate that. Congratulations. It's so restricted in period 2, yeah. And that's good. Wouldn't it be cool that in order to make uniques in PoE 2 more useful, you allow us to use item that would combine the stats of unique with the stats of the current gear, like Chaos uniques? I mean, I'm generally unhappy with uniques just not being useful at all in endgame. Like, there are so many interesting, cool uniques in Path of Exile, but once you even remotely get into the endgame, it's like, yeah, this unique is just basically dead now. Right? Oh, it's cool you enjoyed this unique for the first 30 levels. It's dead now. You'll never be able to play it again. Get fucked. It's kind of sad. It saddens me. Okay, tier 8 support. You gotta use it for Lightning Spear. My pounds is also, like, very, very low. PO1 skill system is terrible. I do like the linking of gems in gear. I don't like waiting for gear to link my items. Okay? So I do like the actual system. I think it's cool. Like to have gear pieces and then to link your items, and that in PoE1 is fun to do. However, I hate the part where I want to link certain items, but I have to wait to find that specific piece of gear that allows me to link those items. And until I can then do this, I just can't use the skills I actually want to use. Blah. Kind of like Last Epoch. I love Last Epoch's skill system. I think Last Epoch has one of the best skill systems. Have you ever played Last Epoch, chat? Fantastic game. You choose a skill, or your skills in general, and then you can specialize into a skill, and that skill gets its own little skill tree when you specialize into it to then get even more out of the skill. I really like that one in Last Epoch. It's so cool. However, I don't like Last Epoch. So the skill system is brilliant, but actually playing the game isn't. But I don't know, because something is missing. The gameplay doesn't feel punchy enough, satisfying enough, like, you know? So that's that. So for me personally, like Last Epoch, from crafting and from a skill system wise, absolute chef's kiss, right? Is the game that I technically would play because of that. However, problem being that I don't like the actual game, the progression of the game. Last Epoch is dead now. Yeah, it's not looking good for Last Epoch. I mean, the ARPG market is a strong one. It's a rough one. The problem is not the ARPG market itself. I think the problem is the ARPG formula not being reinvented. So right now, like, the actual base ARPG formula hasn't changed in 30 years, right? Since Diablo 1, it's kill monsters, get loot, identify items, craft stuff, blah, that kind of thing, right? We get, like, No Rest for the Wicked, who are actually trying to redo the ARPG formula to change, like, ARPG into something different. Which obviously makes it vastly different, but a lot of people are still looking for something that is exactly like the old formula, right? And I think, like, if you do the old formula for ARPGs, then your game gotta be exceptional, or you're gonna be left behind. The players don't want to change. That's the problem. That's probably the biggest point here, that the players don't want to change. Yes. I mean, if you're looking at PoE2, PoE2 has attracted more players ever to the PoE franchise than PoE1 ever has, right? So PoE2, like, had more players than PoE1 ever had in its life cycle, which means obviously they're doing something right. However, obviously, the PoE1 players are unhappy because they... by the way, I could do projectile damage too, interestingly enough. The PoE1 players are unhappy because they just wanted PoE1 too, right? They didn't want PoE2, they want PoE1 too.
The time of the Paladin is nigh.
It's hard to break the old formula and be a successful game. Yes, that is true. I mean, you just gotta be aware that you're gonna have to look for a new audience. So if you break the old formula and try something new, then you're essentially also looking for a new audience, right? I mean, that's what PoE2 did essentially. I mean, they was just saying, like, okay, we're looking for a broader audience. I think they found it. However, there's a lot of fine-tuning that's still going to be done. I mean, let's not pretend different. Like, PoE2 does have to do a lot of fine-tuning still. Hence, we're still in early access, right? I think what a lot of people keep forgetting is, And this is like the most important part. A lot of people keep forgetting is that Path of Exile 1 didn't start the way it is right now, right? Like, they're looking at Path of Exile 2 and they're like, Path of Exile 1 is better. Yeah, it also has like 11 years of development under its belt, right? To get to the point where it is right now. The Period 2 will still need a bit more to get to that point. Is it true that there's an item that stops you from losing XP if you die in endgame maps? Yes, that is completely true. It is an omen that you can activate. So it's like omens are things you activate in your inventory and then they do stuff. And if you have that omen on, it prevents 75% of the XP that you would have lost if you died. However, once you're in the end game and once you're using trade, you should quickly get to the point where you don't die. So if you're playing solo self-found, yeah, you're going to die probably. But if you're playing trade, you can really easily prevent death. Unless you're playing a shitty build. I mean, items are cheap, especially items to like get your base defense up. And then if you actually play a defensive build, like for example, if you played a Witch Hunter at the start of the season, we're not talking about the Burning Grenade Witch Hunter, right? We're talking about a normal Grenade Witch Hunter, just like that, right? With then the, what is it called again? The shield, Shimamo Bambo. The Sorcery Ward, right? You're so easily defensive, like, you really have to try hard to die. However, again, there is that omen that later, like let's say when you're level 90, you could probably put in your inventory to prevent some XP loss. I don't even know if they're expensive in the currency exchange to get. But you would have to essentially reactivate them, I think, after every single death. And carry like a stack around with them. Is it the Omen of Amelioration? Okay, Devs, thank you. I wasn't aware how it was called. By the way, F-Word, thank you for the 89 centuries of support. F-Word, good to see you there. Chat, if you brought some Prime Gaming subs, don't forget to use them here on Twitch. Dankeschön. Appreciate it. Okay, we made it now in 2 hours and 20 minutes to our friend Jamanara with level 29, which is quite good. We have all the damage nodes taken. We could take maximum rage, but we're not getting rage right now. We've taken this. We could do the bonus fire damage, but I don't want to. I guess at this point I should take the bonus physical. However, I'm not doing any physical damage. So that's unlucky. I could do attack area damage. Yeah, probably, because my skills are AoE. Yeah, and that's AoE too, so that works. 7 for 1 divine right now. Jeez, they're expensive. I wasn't aware that they're expensive. I mean, 7 for 1 divine is not really expensive, but... Huh. Levels a new character every time for a new build when you can just respec, Lee? Well, since I'm using different ascendancies on builds, I would have to... partially change the ascendancy, and I would have to at least pay 500,000 to 1 million gold for every character to respec. I have 1 million gold right now, so I could respec one single time and then I'm out of gold. So I would have to farm the end game to then get gold, to then actually respec a character, right? Therefore, in the time that it would take me to do that, I could also just make a new character, my friend. So, argument invalid, first and foremost. And second and most important, not everyone has characters to respec. So I also got to give people the road to set character. Right? So, yeah. Congratulations, I guess. For someone who dies more than 7 times to get a divine, it's definitely expensive, yes. But if you're scared of dying in the end game, there are definitely builds that are more tanky than others, right? But most important, it is to learn how to survive. How do you plan to get so high with rage? We're planning to use this node, Glory. It is called 8 maximum rage for each time you use the skill that requires glory in the past 6 seconds, up to 5 times, plus 8. So that is already 40 more rage. Then you have gloves. Wherever I put them, I don't know where I put the gloves. They might be sitting on a different character. They're gloves that help with that as well. That would give you then even more rage. So that's that. Yeah. Generally speaking. Okay, we got this stash. I wanted to check for rings. I have like all the... Don't know what kind of damage they deal. A lot of late game rings for later. We gotta check at least once. Yeah, bro should respec Witch Hunter into Oracle. 50% great. Thank you for the brand new Prime Gaming subscription. 50% gets to see their partner.
Do you even know what he is? No matter. You'll find my king far more capable than Count Gian.
You can, in your primary characters, yes. So if you make an alt character, you share the same atlas. So you will pretty much continue at your main character's atlas, and you can use your main character's maps. So you could also start unlocking, for example, as you're then going through the maps, you can start unlocking some of the more deadly map bosses. You can start pacing towards citadels early. You obviously have access to the unique maps of your other character as well, so that's quite useful too. Like I for example like to do untainted paradises that I have unlocked, because an untainted paradise on a level 70 or on a level 65 character usually gets you plenty levels forward. I mean, it's actually crazy how fast. Like if I go into untainted paradise 65 tier 10 map, you get like 6 to 7 levels sometimes from one map. Helps a lot. Okay, pounds. Apply Hunter's Mark. Hit him. Bob. Bob. Throw. Hit. Haven't critted yet. Like, the crits are just not going to come now for the Hunter's Mark, right? Yet. Because it's too early. But later, they're just going to be floating in. Good. That was German Ra. What glory skill are you planning to maintain the max rage? Pounce. Pounce, my friend. How is Pounce going to be a glory skill? Well, there is a lineage support for that. There is a lineage support for that. Import the build. I just forget how the lineage support is called. Now let's activate him quickly, go Act 3, then I can show you the two pieces that we acquired for the endgame. But we need to be level 65 before we can use any of this, right? Again, 65 is required. For that, you can't use the glory skill gem anyways. That's like the problem with lineage supports. You need to reach certain point acts before you can play around with it. So do we even need to get like a new spear? Or are we just going to keep rocking the spear now, Chan?
Yes, until then.
Get me to Act 3. It's here. I think I have it on this oracle. I don't remember which character I was online this morning and went shopping. Ah, here. So this is Hateforge. Hateforge glove save. 11 maximum rage for each time you've used a skill that requires glory in the past 6 seconds up to 5 times. On top of the glory we're getting anyways. And then a 13% chance that if you would gain rage on hit, you instead gain up to your maximum rage, plus another 10 maximum rage. But you actually need to lose all rage on reaching maximum rage. So this one you need to actually lose on the gloves. Oops. Yeah, so these are the gloves that we want to have. And then you want to have Surfy's Infamy. So the Surfy's Infamy says, supported skill requires glory to use. Supported skills gains glory equal to 5% of the life spent on other skills. And supported skill has increased area of effect and increased damage. That is what you're going to use to make things work. Okay? Because you are going to use blood magic to pretty much use glory. So what you want to go for the Hateforged mitts. Okay, so when we're just looking for the Hateforged right now. Hateforged molded mitts. So you need the maximum rage, right? You need the maximum rage. The chance maximum. Oh, maximum rage for each blah. So you want that, and then you want to have the, what was the other stack called again? The chance. Oh, Jesus Christ! Want the chance for chance that if blah. So you want that. And then this here, the lose all rage and reaching maximum rage, that one needs to be gone. Right? You need to find a glove that has this, but without having the other one. And that's difficult to find. So you don't want this because it needs to be like put off. They exist. They don't have this. All of them don't have this. But they're obviously like the expensive divine ones. Now again, you don't need these gloves. You only need these gloves to win more. Where are we? Out there. Let's go. Crazy odd, it is stacking 5 times with Hateforge. So you have 12 rage bonus for every time you use the glory skill, up plus 5 times. It stacks. It's a stack. Same goes for the glory skill that you have in your tree. It also stacks 5 times. That's actually plus 40 rage. So that's what makes these skills so funny to play around with. Because they do, in fact, stack up. And you obviously have the 30 base rage. You have the plus rage nodes that you have in the... passive tree in general from warrior, and you get more rage when you shapeshift, so you can pretty much throw a glacial lance, shapeshift into a wolf, get full rage, okay, and then on shapeshifting into wolf, glacial lancing and getting full rage, but Tyre's Vengeance would trigger on full rage in wolf form. Oh yeah, the gloves are going to be expensive. There's no questions asked. Okay, I wanted to do this for increased area damage. But again, the gloves are also not required. They're just a bonus, a win more thingy. Okay? You know, when in Path of Exile you're so strong that you're killing everything and people are still looking for more DPS? That scenario. How would Oracle get more rage than Shaman? Plus 3 maximum rage, plus 15 maximum rage. Already 21 more rage than Shaman can have. That's why Oracle would get more rage than Shaman. I think I'm gonna have to go for mana on the Venom, right? So those gloves will buy at the very end, you know? We have reached the pinnacle. And then to just squeeze out the last percentages. Goodness. How's my potion empty already? Oh, because I didn't refill it. How's my potion empty already? Well, listen. That happens when you don't refill your... Unseen Paths? Exactly. And with Unseen Paths, we also have the advantage of being taking the Entwined Realities. And Entwined Realities allows you to obviously spend your points smarter. Especially when you then take things like the blood here. So later we'll take this keystone, the blood magic, so we can obviously take the Vengeful Fury and some other stuff without having to spend the bonus points. That should help tons. They make Druid good. Druid is insane. I found her already, chat. Priestess, easy W. What are you hoping POE adds to the endgame? I don't play much POE endgame, so I'm probably the least qualified person to ask about that. Because I really don't actually care. You know, anything they add to the endgame will bring me more fun. They brought out Abyss, it was brilliant. They changed the tablet stuff, it was great. I love that too. So, generally speaking, whatever we're getting, I'm probably going to be happy with it. I'm very simple to please. I'll give us down to that. So, I'm not even sure what I'm hoping for, right? Because I don't really have wishes. I just hope the game gets better, right? We got more to do, more streamlining. I mean, for me personally, if I could change something, I would go away from the generative nature of the end game, because I think it's terrible, right? I am a fan of more handcrafted end game maps in terms of like the whole, oh my goodness, he gets so destroyed. So in terms of like the whole design of the end game, like why does it have to be procedurally generated to make it infinite? Start and end point done. I don't need some infinite, like, infinity. But that's just me. I know some people wanted infinite, and then they still complain they have nothing to do, right? Like, we want this infinite, but also, we're very unhappy because we feel like we have nothing to do in the end game. And also, fuck you, Grinding Gear Games. Yeah. Like, okay, but okay, I guess. Cool. Are we just gonna go for that increased lightning damage? Chat here, just randomly. So I gotta think about where do I go now node-wise? What can I do next? I pretty much don't want to take the increased physical damage because I don't have physical damage, right? I mean, up here is also physical damage and skill effect duration. There's the giant minion damage heart. I guess I can take the movement speed. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna go for the movement speed. That's it. I'm gonna take the elemental damage here in the middle, and we're just gonna zoom for the movement speed. Shaman does not have guaranteed critical hits, so that's one of the main reasons we can't go for Shaman again. We need the inevitable critical because our Pounds is going to get the frenzied mark. So Pounce has here the Sniper's Mark on. That when you pounce, you apply a Sniper's Mark, and since you always crit, the Sniper's Mark will always give you Frenzy Charges, and those Frenzy Charges will always allow you to then throw super, absolutely overtuned Explosive Spears. Because you might not know this, but Explosive Spears are actually completely overtuned, especially the Frenzy Charged Explosive Spear. So if you find a way to regularly use this on bosses, it is an Ultra GG, not just a simple GG, an illegal GG. But for this, you gotta like guarantee those crits over time and as fast as possible and as often as possible. I feel like the endgame would benefit from a clear path through unlocking and scaling to the Arbiter. Yes, it would.
Death haunts this place.
I mean, Grinding Gear Games agrees too, because they're trying to streamline a bit more of the endgame. I think they got a bit lost too much in the... How do we say this? So they wanted to give you like this infinite endgame experience where you could infinitely play and there's endless possibilities and it could go on and on and on and on. And that's not technically a bad thing. However, I don't want to have a game that goes on and on and on and on and on, right? I do enjoy if my game has a start point and an end point, if I know where to begin in a league and where the league ends, and not that I could, like, right? I can essentially never finish the Atlas, which makes a lot of people happy. But for me, it creates this moment where I don't even want to finish the Atlas because I cannot finish the Atlas. Yeah, it pretty much ends when I want it to, and I want it to end right now. I don't know. Like, I don't really dig the need for the endlessness. Oh godness Christ. My armor has saved my butthole so many times already today. I mean, I guess it kind of shows that the procedural generation is useless because there's no one who's endlessly playing, right? People just stop playing because they're fed up with the endgame then. I feel like they have nothing to do. But hey, maybe with all the new content that will change, because then suddenly we have enough to do, and then you have endless possibilities, and there you go. Okay, where the hell is the lady? Because I feel like we should have been at her already, or I just completely missed her. In both cases, I'm on... Oh, I found her. What the fuck? Why is she here? I have no... I don't care. Okay, it's fine. Yeah, people are pretty much just like, instead of spending time in the endless procedural endgame, they're just spending time building the perfect temples, which is great. But they pretty much don't even want to play the endgame, right? They're just blasting through maps as fast as possible so they can go back to entering the temple. I guess that's good. What other spirit skill could we take? How about we get the Herald of Thunder, so we can go for Herald of Ice if I do Ice later. We could technically do Herald of Ash as well if I wanted to. We want to have Berserk, and we want to have... I mean, preferable, we need Eternal Rage, right? Later on.
You hear any other child thieving witches, you be sure to let me know.
Preferable, we would like to have Endless Reach. Is there anything I want from a tier 9 skill gem? No. No. Cool. So I can upgrade my Stormloud. I can upgrade. My lightning. Temple is closer to a viable endgame than Atlas mapping. Yes. Temple kind of reminds me a bit of roguelite games, right? Where you build something and then you run it and then it changes, and then you build something and then you run it and then it changes and then you influence it and so on, right? I think that's where it's more interesting than running maps, because you go into a map, but it's going to be similar to the map before, right? Like, sure, different biome, blah, different whatever, but it's still like the same map you're essentially running, and then the same map you're essentially running, the same map you're essentially running. Where Temple gives you that different character and the feeling of control over what you're running. I guess if the Temple now had League mechanics too, that would be funny. Now imagine doing a Temple and the Temple has an Abyss inside of it. I just want to be Abysses too everywhere, so don't blame me. Any reason for a shield instead of a Shrine Scepter? At this point of the game, no. I mean, Mr. Bacon, we don't need the bonus spirit yet. So right now, shield instead of Shrine Scepter because of, like, armor better than spirit. But as soon as I can use another spirit skill, definitely Scepter better. I mean, as soon as we're level 50, like, eat my butt, and we can use the Eternal Rage, I guess instant Eternal Rage, right? Not a single question. So then we are definitely going to equip a Scepter. I mean, the biggest issue is that you can't just use a Shrine Scepter at this point. The first Shrine Scepter is level 52, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Fair to look at, foul to breathe.
So right now, we can't do anything with that bonus spirit. I mean, I guess I could get a Mirage Archer next level. So with level 36, we could get Mirage Archer and then just roll and have even more Lightning Spears. Potentially. Chantal, you were looking for POE 2 streams? Well, you came to the right place. Getting some new fun stuff running today. And we're 2 hours, 42 minutes in. Going towards the end game. And today we should reach the end game. And then tomorrow we should already be at, you know, everything completely dominated. I mean, we're obviously going to fast track the progression because we are going to be using the trade on this character. Good night, my friend. So, question is, are we still going to look for a new spear, guys? We're level 32. We're using our level 16 spear. Let's check the market panel. We're back to spear. Level 32. Exalted orbs only. And not more than 10. We could get a spear with 110 damage. That would be the Tangle Tongue. What do you think? Is the Tangle Tongue more worth it or not? I wonder if it actually is. Technically, it should be more worth it than the Lightning Spear, right? Because the Lightning Spear only does lightning damage. Where the Tangle Tongue would do, like, guaranteed... Wait, did that Corruption add fire damage to the Tangle Tongue? It did, right? Huh. Yeah, let's check in.
It's yours.
So wait, Tangle Tongue says, where's my Act 3? Thank you, back. Tangle Tongue was bifurcating crits, so this set hits with the weapon roll against their critical hit chance. When determining if they are critical hit, they roll twice, double, and then single, and then crit, and it's always lucky, right? Technically, it should be better. So we're sitting at 5,000 DPS, right? This is like 500 damage less if I change the weapon. However, we would finally do physical damage again. So if I now scale physical damage in some way, I would be able to scale physical damage. I mean, 1 to 20 lightning does also add damage back to it. So damage is roughly the same of the two weapons. Not much of a difference there. I have to wait like a few more levels before I get meaningful something. Can you get a cheap jewel for the Dance with Death Keystone? I always forget what Dance with Death does. Which one? What does Dance with Death do again? It's the one down here, right? Yeah. That's the one right here, correct? I mean, what you want to have is you want to have a diamond so you can put in points from the Dance with Death Keystone. But yeah, it would probably be good to do that. I mean, there are these diamonds here. It's level 32. Come on away. Any here you want to have the Dance with explicit passive radius can be allocated. But I don't think any. Here, Exalted Orb is too cheap because they're expensive. See, they cost 2 divine. Which is still reasonable. Like, it doesn't hurt. Divine is nothing. But it's very useful because if you take this as an oracle, like if I take this with an oracle, I can instantly take these 3 notes without spending points, which is kind of insane, right? The one that gives you the keystone itself? Well, you don't want the keystone itself because later we want to use a Shrine Scepter because the Shrine Scepter is the biggest damage boost, right? I mean, there is the Flame, Guardian of Flame, Sacred Flame, and there is the Shrine Scepter of Jiggy Majiggy, Boinky Maboinky, Flippity Flop. The ice one. There's the fire and there's the ice one. Okay, like a 2,000 damage lightning spear, a 5,500 damage explosive spear. Seems good. Second soul core, thank you very much. Oh yeah, for from nothing you don't need to be an oracle. That's actually true. Because it allows you to allocate from the radius. Ow, they're trying to eat me, but we have 66% armor. We're good. Where is our friend? I'll probably put on Mirage Archer for the time being. But then on the other hand, we really don't need it. Okay, let's see how quick we're killing this guy now. With the bifurcating crits now. I think it should help with my Hunter's... Oh, it helps with my Hunter's Mark tons, chat. Okay, that's interesting. I didn't think about it. But if I apply with a Pounce, the Sniper's Mark, and then I have an easier chance to crit, that obviously works, right? Here, this is increased critical hit chance. I'm just going to put this on right now. Oh god, I don't have enough spirit to use the Sniper's Mark. Not enough spirit, not enough dexterity. Lightning Spear, 57 dex, and I'm sitting at 48 dex. For some reason, I invested everything in strength. Dex, intelligence. I guess that's better. I can finally use my spear again. Tier 9 pounds, so my pounds is finally leveled. Okay, the Scepter Flippity Flop is totally a legit name. I beg you to disagree. So, Tangle Tongue, actually good, considering that we crit more. Going to make boss clearing even easier. I wonder if it helps also with zone clearing. Ow, ow, I have fallen. I cannot get up. Oh, we forget about Combat Frenzy, Chad. Right? But I could technically use Combat Frenzy. And introduce Glacial Lance to the fray. But I don't think we want to use that. Okay, there's somewhere a big effing stone close by. No, 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 no. I have it here. Stop it. I want this.
This looks bigger than the rest. Big enough to fit.
Lightning better than ice? I mean, for early clearing, yeah. The advantage of the Lightning Spear is it just hits everything. So Lightning Spear is just generally illegal because Lightning Spear just bibbity bounces left, right, and center of everyone. And you can, like, I can throw it against a wall and it's still going to hit, right? See? And that's plenty useful because even if you're like here in these small, like, you can just keep hitting things by bouncing stuff off walls and stuff, and it's gonna chain from walls itself and terrain and shenanigans. Lightning Spear's king. I mean, obviously, if you're working on Frenzy charges completely with Combat Frenzy, then Glacial Lance is better, because otherwise you're not going to make those Frenzy charges. But we also do not require Frenzy charges for what we're doing right now. I mean, we don't like need them ASAP PP or we're doomed, right? Wonder if we now took... Should we go for the Critical Strike nodes, Chad? I wonder if I want to take this here, the increased critical hit chance and the increased critical strike damage bonus, as we are sitting here at the Tangle Tongue right now. And again, I could just increase my movement speed so we're getting faster into the end game, so that's that. Why would you use Primal Hunger if it removes our rage effects? It doesn't, sir. Ivani, you can make it so that Primal Hunger doesn't remove any rage stuff at all. You just have to corrupt it the right way. But you will have to corrupt it that way. So the idea is that you're getting yourself a... What was it called again? The hunger... I don't... Touch? Hungry touch? I don't know what those gloves were called again. Brain not braining. But yeah, you can remove it. But it's hard to find. Right, mainly we're not planning to use any unique. Okay, so the unique for the bonus glory stuff is merely a plan. It's not a necessity, okay? Because we're going to be able to do millions of damage without it. However, with it, there might be even more damage possible. So step 1 is going to be try it without. Step 2 is then try it with. Yeah? So that's going to be what we're looking forward to. You tried the oil grenade build and breast through the Force Ascension. I'm not surprised. See, there's two again, frenzy charges, guys. I did one single pounce, boom, 2 frenzy charges, instant kill. So the Tangle Tongue together with a Sniper's Mark is already working. Very happy about that. And we can buy. I think we can finally also remove the helmet. I only took the helmet because it gave me dex. That's the reason we're running the helmet. Like, by the way, if you wonder. Primal Hunger is a keystone. Yeah, we don't want. Oh, you mean this one? Yeah, we're not going to take Primal Hunger. No one ever said anything about Primal Hunger, sir. I'm 99% sure Grinding Gear Games will nerf the oil build. Well, I do believe they still want to rework Ignite in a way that Ignite actually works properly, right? So I do believe, yes, there is most likely going to be some more reworks coming for that skill. But I think there's just generally also more Ignite reworks coming, right? Like the thing. It's not necessarily down to a rework of the oil grenade interaction. Bounty, let's get to the end game and then figure out how we get it done, right? And you can already get 79 rage without any of the glory stuff easily, right? 79 rage without on any of the glory stuff is easily possible. So now we just gotta get over that. So 100 plus rage should be simple. What I'm asking myself is how am I going to use Berserk with it? Because obviously we want to use Berserk, chat, right? And the question is, how soon can we swap to it? Because in order to make things work, we need a few specific nodes, and I do not know how many skill points I will need to make it work. If that makes sense, chat. Because we need to get the glory heals me, we need to get the glory gives us rage, we need to get glory gives us damage, but at the same time, we need to have some skill cost duration. So yeah, it's going to be plenty intriguing to make that work. Don't mind me, just building towards the special rooms. If you use CI, you have no cost on Berserk, apparently. We can't use CI. Crazy odd. Not on this build. That will... It just can't do. I don't think we'll be able to make this an energy shield build. But I gotta see. So my assumption is, no, it won't be an energy shield build. Then again, we're also a ranged main build. So I don't know if we require energy shield. Right? Because we're going to kill things by throwing stuff at you. And against bosses, we're just going to dance around. So I guess some armor should be enough. Based armor evasion build? Yeah, it's probably going to end up being somewhat armor and then scavenge plating and some armor break. If we manage to actually get enough armor break done. I could do with pounds and Mark of Death. Oh my goodness. Get the armor break done, right? Regizo, thank you for the 50 centuries of sub-dubbers. Regizo, good to see you there. Did I forget to take the checkpoint? I did forget to change the checkpoint. What? When's the last time we have died in the Matlan waterways? Exactly, Chan. Haven't. In a hot minute. Regizo, thank you for the 50 beautiful months. Welcome back, my friend. Hope you're looking forward to all the different games we're going to start this time around. When we get some new Resident Evil coming, we get some Neo 3, get some Code Vein, we have some Turnbound. Times for different games are good. Quite excited, looking forward to playing also something different at times. I dream of a pure fire case build. I mean, you can take the Grenadier that we did, and you can make the fire chaos damage. There is just no reason to do so because you're already doing enough damage. So you pretty much would just do it for doing it, but you wouldn't do it because it makes sense or you need it. Okay. You're gonna play No Rest for the Wicked when multiplayer comes out. Yeah, so the problem is that I play No Rest for the Wicked alone. So I don't see what the update does for me. I like No Rest for the Wicked. I played it on release. It was brilliant. I really had a lot of fun. However, again, play the game alone. So that multiplayer update is like, yeah, so great, but where's the rest of the game? So it's sadly not the full release. I thought it's going to be finally the full release, and then I would have instantly played. That's pretty much No Rest for the Wicked together. All the features that just don't matter to me, personally. I hope POE will allow us to show damage on the screen. No, I don't think that will ever happen. Kind of like against Grinding Gear Games design choices, and I'm okay with that because I hate damage numbers on my screen. It looks very ugly. I mean, would I like to have a target dummy that I can spam my skills into to try out new things and see if that actually improves my build? Absolutely yes. Do I want to see damage numbers when I'm mapping, going over the game or whatsoever? Absolutely not. Right? I hope that No Rest for the Wicked finally releases like fully, so we can enjoy the whole game. Have like every boss. I think that's still a while out. But that's the thing. Damage numbers are enforced, so there's always a setting to turn them off. Yes, do agree. However, having damage numbers in the game creates an unhealthy fixation for players often. And I can see where Grinding Gear Games decided, or why they decided to not introduce it into the game. Again, I'd like to have a target dummy, yes, inside my hideout, where I can just, you know, try out some things. I mean, technically, you have all the numbers you need inside the game, but obviously those numbers lie to you. They lie to you. They're not accurate. I mean, can you believe that one of Diablo's best update was a font update, chat? So this is something that a lot of people might have missed with the first expansion that Diablo brought out. So Diablo brought out dynamic fonts, which means that every now and then a damage number that's larger or an outlier will actually appear bigger on the screen over the other damage numbers. Yeah. It was surprisingly one of the best updates they have done, because it actually made it more interesting to look at your damage numbers on screen. Or suddenly, big number, go boom. Until you get really tired of damage numbers again and then eradicated them. Okay, we didn't find the Temple of Chaos. I almost forget about this. But with the Temple of Chaos, we could already take the Entwine Realities if we wanted to. However, not sure if we rather want to go for the Force Crits or the Entwine Realities early now. What is it, chat? What do you think? And I obviously don't have a single keystone taken, so it doesn't really help me much in that regard. I mean, DPS screens get heavily skewed by crit stuff as well, right? Because crit stuff just multiplies up your DPS. However, like, even if your crit chance is low and then, like, averaged DPS, and it's kind of weird. Yeah, dummy hideout would be sweet. I think that would just be nice. I mean, just a simple dummy where you can do different settings, like boss dummy, you know, multiple dude dummies, and so on.
Chaos is where I thrive.
What chaos skill are we planning to use? We're planning to turn pounds into a chaos skill. Level are we? We're level 35. That's pretty good leveling, chat. I mean, we're 3 hours in. We're more or less at the end of Act 3, so that's going to be quick.
Challenger, prove yourself worthy of chaos.
The Val and their infernal mechanisms.
And we should probably get a different helmet. Is there a unique helmet that we should take for this? That's the question. See, I got my guaranteed frenzy charge there, Chad. You notice because of the sniper's mark and the Tangle tongue. Interesting. So I guess as long as I have the Tangle tongue and my crits are bifurcating, I am technically not required to go for inevitable crits. So I could wait for my third ascension to make that work.
We are only getting started.
Monsters give no flash charges. Rare monsters have additional modifiers. What's the worst that could happen? Are you still playing Dune? Dune is going to bring out Chapter 3, my friend, and I am very excited for Chapter 3 of Dune. However, I don't know if I can even play it. Because SAT phase OP, I mean, all my progression is wiped on my original account simply due to the fact that we haven't logged in a while and we haven't paid our taxes and our base is decayed, obviously, and everything we've earned is gone. So in order to now play Dune Chapter 3, I have to start from 0 again and farm everything back. And I don't know if I want to do that. The crown for spell damage that applies to attack damage. That crown will 100% be played. Because if we're going for 100 and beyond rage, then the crown that turns your spell damage into attack damage is obviously really amazing to have. Right? So yeah, that's my one problem with Dune. Obviously, I want to play Dune. Obviously. However, can I just play Dune? Especially as a creator now. Would have to put in like 2-3 days of full-on grinding to rebuild my base completely. Now, it could obviously take people out of the community to shorten that grind. Surely. However, is that the fine English way of doing things? Is Chapter 3 any good? Well, Chapter 3 is not released yet, Lobo. Chapter 3 is going to have new endgame stuff and a lot of quality of life features. And they added probably the most important thing to Dune, in case you missed it. So what did they do on Dune? They introduced a tool that can store your whole base. Now, too little too late, because now the tool to store your whole base is obviously in, like, when everyone has already lost all their stuff. Have you considered going to counseling to solve your rage issues? No, I have Eternal Rage for that. Don't need counseling. Eternal Rage gives me forever rage. Droid, what does the cargo container do? Because that one doesn't tell me anything. I just know you can store your vehicles and your base, but where is the cargo container for your vehicles? But yeah, you can store everything now. Makes you wonder how did Dune never think about doing this from the get-go? Right? Because it's a real high barrier of entry now for returning players, right? Do you really want to return when you lose everything you have grinded for? We're talking about hundreds of hours of grinds lost that we have to re-grind now. That's pain. Because the content isn't different, right? It's the same content, you just gotta do it again. Which is obviously pain. No one likes that. Okay, I am level 36. That means I could do another spirit skill, ladies and gentlemen. But what spirit skill would we do right now? What would be good for this character at the current point? Could take the Herald of Ash for just bonus ignite explosions if I wanted to. But I do enough damage, so that's useless. We could just get the wolf pack out, I guess. But hey. I mean, deactivate Herald of Thunder, get Wolfpack out, do more damage against bosses, I guess. For the time being. I could at least see that as a viable option. And we're gonna pounce it anyways. Then again, we actually have the wrong mark on it, so that doesn't do anything. Over 60 spirits, so you won't have Herald of Thunder. I can fix this by putting on a scepter. Brother.
This is just a warm-up.
I mean, we're just having some random shield on. I can just put the shield away and put a scepter on. Wolf is useless now. The wolves are going to tank for me. They're never useless. Don't you be like that to my wolves, sir? Okay, sir, listen. I was trying... Could you not do whatever you're doing there? Okay, so could you not, like, just fly around? You just refuse to take damage in the beginning? I win. Chat, I win. Skybird is the worst boss. Skybird is the worst boss, especially because he stands in no comparison to any of the others. He's like so completely out of tune as stupid. Right? Okay. If I take this one right now, it doesn't do anything for me because I can't take a single keystone. Right? There's no keystone I can currently pick that would help me here. Like, I could not take blood magic because it's too early. So the best choice I have is to take lesser harm and just stay survivally.
Yourself to chaos. Approach the altar and receive your reward.
Take your time. I'll take it. Don't eat any.
Okay, we need to...
How can I?
Time I turned over a new leaf.
I have way too few stat nodes, which is actually funny because we're like stuck here in these weird nodes. I'd have to just like refund all of this to go for some more statty nodes. Where was I stuck? Girdle, strength, boots, chests.
City where we dredge up next.
That's fine. Align the Fate to cast a spell for you every 9 seconds. I don't have spells. What if you were killed? This is the, like, with the one key, you can open up as many times as possible. So your first 2 ascensions are unlimited.
To the ravages of time.
You can do that as much as you want. No one will ever tell you that you can't. Same goes for the Trials of Sekimus. You just keep getting the token back and back and back and back. And then you get it back. Okay, well, what is this weird iteration of this area? Like, usually you want to just cross the water ASAP. Doesn't want me to cross the water. Can you come back without a key? Yes, on the first ascension, yes. Or like on the first, like on the Trials of Chaos, yes. But if it's like the Trials of Chaos with 7 floors, you always need a new key and a new key and a new key and a new key and a new key. And you're level 20 Trials of Sekimus if you should fail this. And then you have to hand in your gamer card. And one you can keep repeating as well. As many times as it is necessary. Because they obviously want you to get the first and the second ascension. For the third ascension, you're obviously screwed and you gotta make it work yourself. You're not good enough. And you will suffer. That's my family. Be right back, chat. You believe that in previous season my first ascension was done when my level was 90? I mean, you don't need your ascension necessarily. Not every character gets vastly stronger with ascending. Right? Some characters don't get much stronger. And you could say I could survive with the 4 points. I'd be fine without them.
Mercy me. That's a
Right?
stench to cuddle the hairs.
Obviously, there are some ascensions that heavily want to ascend, like when you do a poison build. Oh, I am stuck. You do a poison build, then you obviously want to ascend. 4 levels different. We can do 5 levels different. I gotta look out that we're not ending up in XP prison here. We're going a bit too quick. Abdullah, GG. The road to hell build is beautiful. I'm happy you're enjoying it, my friend. Oh, wait. I need to go through the middle. Until you reach the checkpoint. Out here. And you can go to the lower side. And for example, like with the Deadeye, if you're not ascending, you're losing out on so much power. Right? Stupid amounts of power. If I'm not ascending with my warrior, it's kind of like whatever. If you're not ascending with your warbringer, like when you're playing totems, stupid. My build spicier? Well, some ascensions make some builds work, right? No ascension, no build, no worky. Oh, wait, well, hold on. There should have been the boss here. It's on the other side? Well, that's the first time for me that I've ever had the boss on the other side. Hot damn, John. Yeah, that's the first time this season. I mean, no complaints. So, but, wait. No. We can fight this one without a problem. I don't have enough dex to apply a tier 10 skill gem. How is that a thing, Chad? How is not having enough dex a thing? Hee. Big Mommy wanted to kill me. Big Mommy dead. Okay, temple door, altar rope, out here. So we can just take a random hillbilly, non-mattering, wishy-washy, swish, swash, dish, dash
Some pretty
scepter,
Yes, it is yours.
right? Whatever, ever. Because now with that 100 increased spirit, I can just take my Herald of Thunder back. 2. Servers are being asked again. I mean, what is this? I wish I was downloading something that would at least explain this, right? I wish I was doing something in the background that would explain this, but I am not, and that makes me sad. So we need to, again, swap the servers. It's been like literally between Amsterdam, Milan, and Frankfurt. All have been ass lately. Well, we could try Frankfurt again, but Frankfurt is generally a letdown. I'm gonna get home, say I started downloading something. Sir, my kids are 5 and 6 years old. They're not downloading shit. They're existing. That's it.
Oh, hello. You. Good luck.
Servers just have been at least for me, unfortunately. It's the illegal crypto mining in the background, right? We know how that's going. It's those crypto miners installed by all those keyloggers. I once clicked on an ad on Instagram. So it's over. It's Jay over. Just like 2 days ago, I was called by a Nigerian prince, chat. I didn't pick up. Missed a chance of a lifetime. Some routers allow devices to be prioritized. Oh, don't worry. My computer is #1 in the network. So ISP Deutsche Bahn? It's not that bad, my friend. Ah, jump over. Perfect. Oh, no. I'm alive. Oh, wait, I'm good. This is fine. I survived. Breathe. Okay. Sorry if anyone get it in their face. Not intended. So, made it already? Oh my lord, he's doing so much damage to poor old me. Do I have negative, I wanted to say, do I have negative fire resistance again? Yep, do have. Do we have negative fire resistance again? Sure as hell do we do. Dude, I got so many power charges from this. Oh my lord. Honestly, my pounds is just giving me power charge after like frenzy charge after frenzy charge. This is working so well in that regard. Happiness all around, ladies and gentlemen.
Never ceases to amaze.
Okay, I'm a vile blood. What amulet did I get there? Increased life recovery, life flask. Yeah, so the perfect amulet, chat, is making me tankier.
It's not a blood offering.
So how much int do I need? I need 32 int. And the rest is only dex. So what you're telling me is that I can put a lot of the int away that I have.
Now this is truly something.
Yeah, minus cold resistance or low cold resistance in the end game kind of doesn't work.
We're back in the encampment.
In particular, stay wary. How can I? Never too old to start afresh.
Okay, so in for dex, in for dex. Thank you very much. Now then I'm missing in for my wand. So one dex for one int. I'm just gonna pull out like a ring that actually has stats or what? Are you gonna force me here? This has intelligence too. Dankeschön. There we go. Aye. Not even in the end game and already having to make sure that my stats are fitting, right?
Might hand over a new leaf.
Dexterity. Upgrade to tier. Herald of Thunder goes up as well. And Herald of Thunder is now on together with the Wolf Pack. Why the Wolf Pack? Because it just keeps us alive, I guess. So I think it's fine, right? Let's see how painful this is going to be, chat. We all know that this whole area is annoying. Ah, but Lightning Spear should actually not... Yeah. You know what? We all know this area is annoying, but you know what's annoying too? Lightning Spear. Because I should just pretty much kill everyone before they become a problem. Right? Mm-hmm. Just as I thought. Because once in a while we don't have to fight you nerds, right? Once in a while we're just throwing our shit at you. And we also have the sacrificial heart already, so that's great. Okay, where are we going? Wait, 7 more intelligence required? Why do I have not enough intelligence now? Where's the problem? Where are we? What are we lacking intelligence for? We can use every single skill. So why did he tell me we're lacking? Why am I lacking intelligence? Oh, when I swap weapon points, yeah, good, that's fine. That doesn't matter. Okay, where do I want to go next? I mean, technically, I want to go for that bonus lighting damage because I need to prepare for like the swap into other points. So I need to get this connection here on the top because that's where we're later going to like make everything work. So I could potentially just zoot up here, I guess. And we kind of want to get to this point because it allows us to also take nodes around simple, right? So you can take the mystical reach and that kind of stuff. And we also want to get to here so we can take things around. I mean, technically there's still mental damage here, but it's not worth it to go for. I guess I can increase the damage against enemies that are shocked. What build are we doing? We're doing a glory rage stacking build, and the goal is to reach 200 rage because it would be funny to do so. I mean, imagine 200 rage, 200% more damage, and then you would take, what is it called again? Berserk, which increases the rage effect by 63%, so it's 200 damage, and then by 63% increased. Is Oracle a shapeshifting class? There are no shapeshifting classes. They are only a shapeshifting weapon. Pounds to get the power charges, guys. Then throw your shit in. Okay? Then pounds again to put the mark on again. Hit her another time. Get more power charge. Get more frenzy charges. Then pounds again. So you notice how easy that's working. So pounds. Throw down your stormlands. Get in your explosive spears. Pounds. And we're always getting 2 because we're playing Eternal Mark. And Eternal Mark gives us like keeps the mark on when it gets removed. It's actually plenty cool. But guaranteed to have that popping for us. So everyone can shapeshift with a talisman. Now, is Oracle a druid class? Yes. Oracle is a druid. So it's starting on the druid side of the board. That's probably a more accurate answer to your question. But when you're playing an Oracle, you have to be aware that that is the side of the board you're starting on, and that is the side of the board that you have to deal with. Right? That's obviously different because you only reach a certain amount of nodes, right? Now, obviously, we're okay with starting on the druid side of the board because the druid side of the board gives us exactly everything we need for this build. That makes sense. So we're getting the bonus rage up here. We have all the glory skills up here. So we pretty much have exactly why we're here, what we want. That's something which is very hard for most people to process, that the only thing POE classes affect is your tree starting location and your ascendancy, which actually makes the game brilliant. I mean, I am a very big fan of the approach of like class agnostic skills, and that you can pretty much mix and match whatever you feel like. It's one of my favorite parts of Path of Exile. Like, do I want to play a warrior that, you know, has then easier crates, that does bigger slams, that has more totems? Like, I mean, at this point, you have 2 choices for Totem Warrior, because it used to be Warbringer, right? If you wanted to play Totem Warrior, it was always Warbringer, because Warbringer gives you +1 to totems. And that was crazy, because you wanted that bonus totem. However, now that Oracle is in town, you can have +1 to totems from Oracle as well, together with Untwined Realities, which actually makes Warrior now really interesting, because with totems, you're going to play Blood Magic, which allows you to take the points easier. Then, if we're Warrior, you also like to take Resolute Techniques, which also allows you to take points easier, right? And then, I don't know if we would do something here with this to take some, like, but yeah, we have all the totem stuff around. It's kind of nifty. I like that. Where was I stuck? So we took the more shock damage node, right? I am required to move my way up here to the lightning damage. Yeah, let's do that for now. You can do totem. I mean, you can totally do totems and the Oracle. It's gonna work. I mean, if I wanted to do my Fissure Warrior, right, I could easily do that as a bear. Well, not only as a bear, I could also do it with maces, right? But then focus on. So Fissure Warrior, focus on maces, and be an Oracle though for that bonus totem. Oracle even has this thingy where if your totems die, they stay alive. So that's kind of cool, because usually you would try to get your totems more life and so on. But with that, you don't even have to care that much, right? Bear Totem build, because with Bear Totem you can make multiple endurance charges easy. Yeah, I can see that. Interesting thought. Did I just get a Silver Charm? Silver Charm cannot be slowed, huh? Okay, we get the cannot be frozen, cannot be slowed.
Leaves a bad taste in the mouth.
We got our points up here, Dex and Int. So what I'm asking myself now is, ladies and gentlemen, another spear, or do we keep with the Tangle Tongue? I kind of have a hard point, like, just keeping the Tangle Tongue now into the end game, or is that it? Are we just gonna do that? And technically, Tangle Tongue is good damage, but I feel like I could get more damage. But then I wouldn't, like, crit this lightly anymore. When we already have 6,000 damage, so how much more do we need? Right? How much more damage do we need? I mean, if I would go for a marketable spear for level 40, so we say spear level 40, what can I get? For 10 exalted orbs. So spear level 40, maximum DPS. I could get a Citus spear if I wanted to. And that would be 110 damage. And I could cause bleeding on hit. But 110 damage is also the same as we kind of have on our Tangle Tongue, so not really worth it, right? It's crazy how few more damage like spears have at that point. As long as we're one-hitting everything, I guess we're fine. We actually haven't done a totem build this season yet, but I also really didn't want to start a totem build this season because we did that last season. But I kind of do miss my warrior chat, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, we have a 6 level difference to the area. Oops. 6 levels is bad because 6 level is XP penalty. I wasn't planning to end up in XP penalty jail again. So we're not gonna do 7 levels different, chat. Let's quickly kill more things than we have to kill. Okay. Easy level up. Respawn at checkpoint. The spell totem version set. Sata's spear will aggravate your ignites. I understand that. I do. Trust me. But is that really worth it? Because again, I do enough damage. You know, the moment where you're like, I'm fine. I'm deadly enough. I don't need to be more deadly. It's okay, right? It's a-okay. If I don't kick more ass, I'm already kicking ass.
So, at the eve of the
It was 7 levels until XP penalty. No, it starts at 3
has finally
until XP penalty. After level 16, it's 4 levels. After level 32, it's 5 levels. After level 48, it's then and so on, right? It's every 16 levels it changes. So that's pretty much what you have to have an eye on. But you get used to it, and then you understand how it works, and then everything is fine.
I can't give up. I must save my people.
I mean, right now it is a 5 level difference, so I'm getting full XP, which is perfect.
No, I will succeed. I've been preparing for you for years.
See that damage from that double?
Survive this. Nothing will stand in my way.
Okay, pounds again, so I can build up more frenzy charges. Yep, nice. I like how reliably this is working with the sniper's mark right now. It's pretty good.
All I've done.
Should probably put the mark of death off and put like a prolonged duration on, so I have like a longer time to actually get this. Probably. By the way, I'm not sure about the wolves. The wolves are just literally making like zone clear easier for me. Don't think we require them.
the legacy of the Val must be protected. I do know of
Bite him, wolves! Bite him! Bite him! Take us off! Scorpion. Thank you for the 14 months of support, Scorpion. Very good to see you there. Welcome back, partner.
now then, it is time we departed.
Okay, what do we need, Chad? What do we need? Our belt can stay. Our helmet... I mean, our belt could be replaced through anything else right now. Is there like a better leveling belt? When's ingenuity? You know? When's ingenuity?
Hype for that indeed.
Off to Act 4.
We can until next time. It's the Calgura.
So this is 3 hours and 43 minutes to this point, ladies and gentlemen. Some random pre-prepared gear, some random stuff that we're just having, right? Wish I could like regularly play armor, break armor. That would help. Onslaught helmet is hard to beat. Wait, which one was the Onslaught helmet? I know there is one, but I don't remember what the name is. I think I've seen it. Which one was it? I don't have it, but I know there is a unique helmet that does Onslaught, right? Thrill of the Kill? Real Steel Spired Great Helmet? That one, that cost... That's not available? Not a spear? Onslaught. That's it. Okay. So... What's that? If I put that on, I'm gonna lose my 26 dags.
Can I help?
We're which is going to force me to put on a dexterity ring. I could probably just put on a dexterity gem as well. Wait a second. We could probably just do that, right? Not on him, but in general. So pony lazy. Wait. Pony lazy. So we're just gonna do this and that. And then we're just gonna do tokens. Tokens. Dexterity. I don't know if I can use these already if I'm high level enough. Ta-da. Fixed my issues. One and done, ladies and gentlemen. Sometimes smart. What does Onslaught do? Onslaught is really cool. So Onslaught says 20% increased skill speed and 10% increased movement speed. And obviously for leveling, for quick zooming through areas, for getting fast from point A to B and trying to finish the campaign, that's insane, right? Tony, how are you going to get 200 rage? Well, we have some plans, but we need to see if everything works out and stacks up enough and how much will be the cost of doing it. But we will use glory together with glory rage generation to make it work. Okay, see, this is now a level 46 zone. So again, it's 6 level different and that makes me vulnerable. See, we're zooming. We're zooming, chat. We're zooming. It was good damage. See, the idea for mapping, you kind of saw there. You're going to pounce in. One gets the Hunter's Mark. You're going to hit. The Hunter's Mark is most likely, because of the inevitable critical, going to give you a Frenzy charge. And then each of your Lightning Spears, with every single move, will always be Frenzy charged up. You're going to get the bonus Lightning Spear at any given... the bonus... what's it called again? Bonky Boinky. You get the... Herald of Thunder the whole time as well, and then you just aggressively keep zooming, just really destroying it all. We're gonna make sure that we level here in this area now. Is POE better than Diablo 4? Well, it depends on what you're looking for, sir. And I can't tell you what game you want to play, so hard for me to tell you what you're gonna find better. I like both. I mean, I personally would not want one of the games not to exist, because I simply enjoy to play both. And if only Path of Exile 2 existed, I would be a sad person, because then I don't have any options, right? Then I gotta play Path of Exile 2 the whole time. Variety's the spice, right? Wants to just play one game. Like, seriously. I'm already looking forward to, like, hopefully a good February season of Path of Diablo. There should be a shorter one coming. Right? Maybe? I don't know what they're actually planning to do. Final Boss Island, there's a merchant with nice gear. I have heard. However, don't need any gear. Glory. So glory is glory is used for end stage skills. So let me show you. For example, we have the Walking Calamity, and Walking Calamity requires 50 glory to use. And you building glory by gaining rage. That is a glory skill. Now you have something here that is called 8 maximum rage for each time you use a skill that requires glory. Now, obviously, we would have to find a skill that we could use a lot to then create said glory easily, that we can then spam away and have a good time. Question is, how do we do that? And that's where actually That's where a new lineage support comes in that will turn a normal skill into a glory skill. And then you obviously just have to identify which is now the perfect glory skill to use to turn that. Right? So which skill is it that we need to potentially do the glory stuff? Yeah, Ivan, that's what we're using. Exactly. Ivan, that's the whole plan, that we're using Ziphi's infamy. But obviously, not every skill is built equal and is worth to be turned into a glory skill. It's going to be interesting. But Ziphi's needs life cost on other skills to generate glory. Yes, so you're going to use blood magic. I mean, life cost is pretty easy. You just have to use blood magic, which transfers skill cost to life cost. And then you are going to take another node that's going to regenerate life whenever you use glory, because there's also one for that. So there's a node back here that is recover 1% of maximum life per glory consumed. So if now you consume 50 glory on skill use, that kind of gives you a lot of maximum life back, doesn't it? Doesn't it, ladies and gentlemen? This is actually really funny to use this gameplay loop here. The pounds, lands, spear, spear, pounds, lands, spear, spear, pounds, lands, spear, spear, pounds, lands, spear, spear, spear. Yeah.
A druid. Yeah, I'm all. There we go.
What build is this? This is Spear Druid. Spear Oracle. Spear Oracle. Is this going to be mostly... No. This is not Soul Self-Found. Since I want to use a lineage support, I don't do Soul Self-Found on builds that do that, right? Because if I have to use a lineage support, if I want to use a specific lineage support, forget Soul... What the fuck is this glove? 1 to 29 lightning damage and double leech, huh? Wonder how much leech would work for this build, as we're still doing a part physical damage, right?
Please, hurry back.
Would you consider unique jewels? Oh yeah, they're definitely gonna be unique jewels, most likely, put into the frame. You need a non-duration skill. You can take pounds for this. Pounds is going to work with a glory gain perfectly. Full trust, sir. The advantage with pounds as the glory skill is that pounds at the same time as it does glory also gives me the charges that we need. So it does like everything that we kind of need from it. So that's pretty cool, right? Yeah, but the game is definitely in early access until next year, or until end of this year. Some people hope it's faster, but I doubt it. I doubt it very much.
Here we are.
I'm on it. Here we are. I lived in a canoe before I was even old enough to run the Isle of Shrine. Oh, all right. I'll just
I mean, we are definitely going to be taking some from nothing jewels. I'm not entirely sure which ones, but we'll definitely mess around with from nothing stuff. And be aware of that. Okay, here 21. Okay, we're missing, so we need 74 decks.
Old wolf, new tricks.
I've taken like so many non-thingy nodes that probably refund these two so I can just take more. Tier 11 skill gems. Yeah, I can use them now. Free up some space. Call the week, finally. In a while. Okay, let's free some space here. A mess. Dookie, Big Island. Speak, isn't it worth it to change some armor to dex? Oh, it would probably be easier to change some armor to dex, but we'll take care of that problem later on. I mean, the thing is that a lot of the skill points that we've taken right now are not going to stay where they are, right? So currently we're obviously boosting the damage of these two to get like the most out of the spears, right? To just have like an absolute insane amount of damage. But a lot of these nodes are not going to be taken down the line, and they're going to be different. So we're just making it work. Same goes like for the whole equipment. It's going to also be different. So level 65 and 3rd Ascension are going to be definitely changing how all of it works. Because like we need to wait for 65 so we can use lineage support gems, okay? Because lineage supports then enable us to start doing the actual build, right? Until then, we're pretty much required to like just use here normal stuff. Then we have the 3rd Ascension, and we also can get the 100% crits. And then the question is obviously, do we use Entwined Realities early, or do we use Inevitable Critical early? And that pretty much depends on how good a level 65 spear is going to be versus the Tangle Tongue. I mean, on Tangle Tongue, we can obviously put another gem on with level 65, right? And maybe the Tangle Tongue stays good enough for the time being that we don't have to take another spear, but don't know that yet. But are you beating this off, Rickside? I found a forum post where someone was talking. So in the Path of Exile 2 forum, okay? I found a forum post where someone was talking about this, the glory rage stacking, this morning. I recommend the Path of Exile forum in general, not the German one because it has barely anything in there. Seems empty. But the English-speaking Path of Exile 2 forum has a lot of interesting build ideas. Like, people theory craft heavily in there. And that is the reason why we're doing this now. Right? Dark, good to see you there. Thank you for the Prime subscription and support. Dark, pleasure. The problem is that when you find, like, interesting builds, you always see the end. Okay? You never see the how it's there. If that makes sense. So if you actually find, like, even if you go on POE Ninja, right? You find an absolute amazing level 100 build. Well, the problem is that's the level 100 version. So how was the journey to that point? You know what I mean? It's like cool that you found this end stage build, but how do you want to get there? How do you want to get to that point? And how do you want to make it work without the expensive pieces potentially as well? Because obviously there is a lot of cool builds out there, but they also cost a lot of currency. Oh, he just died big. So I am taking these lightning damage nodes here. However, I should maybe just take all damage nodes. I mean, we're at 8,000 damage here. I mean, it do increase the lightning damage that we're dealing anyhow. Right? We have a lot of lightning damage. Because I get a lot of lightning damage thingies on my rings and so on. The oil grenade build trivialized everything. Oh yeah. What is the build you had the most fun with on this patch so far? Surprisingly or unsurprisingly, the oil grenade build. That one was brilliant beyond belief. It was so stupid good that like it was just laughing matter left, right, and center. Can you use Shaman to get 24 wolves? I think there's a max limit to how many wolves you can get. You can get like 5, 6 wolves from the wolf pack. And then you have the temporary wolves, and you can upgrade them to 7 or 8, 9 maximum. I wonder if we could also use the Echoing Cry tag for this build to easily build up our rage later on. So there's Echoing Cry. There's Ferocious Roar with a Raging Cry, and then Echoing Cry. And you can give it a base rage amount as well, so that you instantly build up like 200 rage with just one press of the Ferocious Roar. And it would only require like 3 skill points to make that work. I wonder if that's an option. We might actually have to give that a try too for the build. And we've been using that on the Wyvern, obviously, to just instant rage up. I wonder how well that would work, because technically it would tell me that we don't require Eternal Rage, because Eternal Rage will be needed to have maximum rage, right? However, if we can Ferocious Roar to maximum rage up, and then we have 1 rage on melee hit on the pounds, we would technically remain fully raged up at any given point. That's a big technically, but it's not an impossible technically. Interesting thought. Wonder if we can get that to work. So where the clock is that? Eh? One is confused. Tell. Eternal Rage is 100 spirit. Yeah, but we're wielding a scepter, so 100 spirit is like child's play for us. And I'm already sitting at 170 spirit currently. So the more spirit is not the problem, but it's just kind of like the question if we even require it. Because again, if you take these nodes here, the War Cries have a minimum of 10 power. Then with the Ferocious Roar, the Echoing Cry, and the Raging Cry, you pretty much press your rage button, you press your roar button, and you're fully raged up. And it doesn't actually matter if you're surrounded by enemies or not, it will always fully rage you up. Which is pretty amazing in my eyes, because why would you not want to just easily fully rage up without even, like, you know, having to do anything? Especially if we then play with maximum rage. The problem obviously is that after roaring, we still have to use our glory skills, and then we would still have to, build up rage when then the glory skills trigger. So that's where probably Eternal Rage comes in. Doesn't mean that we can't use Ferocious Roar regardless, because it might still be very useful to actually get that going. Just for easy maximum rage, right? Oh no, I died. Wow, I died real quick there. Reply to the map overlay, make it more transparent. Nope, thank you. Appreciate your, I don't know, concerns. I like my map overlay that way. It's not like you have the map overlay open often anyways. Would spear be a suitable workaround? You need to be a druid. So the spirit is not the issue. I am already sitting at 180 spirits, so spirit-wise, I am good, right? I am very good spirit-wise. I am fantastic. I'm fine. The problem is not the spirit. I'm just wondering if I require this skill or not, because if I then don't have to use the spirit, I could use the spirit for something else, right? Do something cool with that. That's more the thought behind that. You want to waste it, or if you like, you know, have a bonus tech maybe cooking. Okay, we found the solitary confinement. However, we still need to find the chapel because I have the chapel key. But where would the chapel now be, Chad? So obviously this is the Forgotten Cells. We got the... We got the other stuff there. The chapel can't be down here. Up there's the chapel, not as well. What was set to the left? Ha! Look at me, I'm the chosen one.
Much for the gods' mercy. Left or not in their own chapel.
They recover from life last. Thank you very much.
Compassion is the first step toward redemption.
Upward all the way down. Game is this? This Path of Exile 2. Reviving minions leave corpses behind. No.
To be trapped down here so long, a slit throat would have been a kinder fate.
Not that I'm aware of. The water waves were coming. My lightning wasn't doing any damage. Sadness. Okay, why was I going in this direction? Bonus lightning damage. So you can use your minions as corpses though when you're playing Sacrifice. I mean, when you're playing Sacrifice, technically, your Wyvern can also eat your reviving minions. So if you would have clerics, for example, together with a Wyvern, then you could just eat those clerics. But it will require you to actually slot the cleric gem, right? And then just have 2 clerics running around with you. So you would have to waste like, I don't know, 40 spirit or so for them. But it is an easy source of power charges. And not only 40 spirit, you would also have to have the spirit to actually use the sacrifice. So that's a 60 spirit for sacrifice and then the spirit for the clerics. Okay, almost next temple visit. And we're just going in, opening and closing. I'm doing this to prepare for Etziri because as soon as I'm like level 75, I can get the Royal Access Chamber. I don't think I actually have to be 75. It's like if I go on a level 75 map that has a level 75 temple, right? Then I can get the Royal Access Chamber. So if I'm already level 72 and we're going to do a tier 15 temple, then I should be getting the Access Chamber right away. Hopefully. Okay, come on. Bring me to the end of this. We're at 4 hours to this point, chat. So I guess we could do around 5 hours for The whole campaign, maybe 5:30. That's pretty relaxed tempo. I like it. When we get soon level 45 for my globies. We're currently in 5 levels different, so that's perfect. We made it back. One of my favorite boss designs. The only thing I dislike is not being able to just nuke him. Right, that you're forced to go through the... Okay. Go in. Theme. Go in. Pounds. It's always pounds, explosive spear, right? And the damage is great. Pounds that, explosive spear. Pounds that, explosive spear.
Free of your binds at last.
That's done. When will this build be out, Norm Elliott? Well, today we're going to play until the end of Act 4. I don't think we're going to do further because my brain is tired. Then tomorrow we're going to push all the way to level 19. I mean, making a build at this stage of the game is a 2-day process. It's not longer. Just bop, done, right? Goes super quick. Yeah.
We made it.
Ahoy.
Ahoy!
What's your step? Be wary.
I mean, obviously, we're also at the end of this season, so I'm going to splurge currency. I'm not scared of doing that. I mean, we're not sitting at too much. I got like 44 divines. I got 2,000 exalted orbs, so we're okay. That's a 68 damage spear. Almost good.
What can I do for you?
That means we can slowly get like decent spears actually together, so that's fine, I guess.
This is my shop here for the finest available.
How's the end of the season is 3 months to start new ones? It's the end of the season content creation wise. I guess that's better to say it that way. And if you look for the current Path of Exile content creators, unless they're making specific pieces of content, you won't find much more Path of Exile content out there. New content. So how can it be the end of the season with 3 months less? Well, it is simply is. Not like I'm making the rules. Content life cycle donezo. Fusion, give me the Book of Skill passives. Tier 13. So what we're looking at, if I get this one... We got full damage, that's lightning damage. I have one of my levels, so that had increased lightning damage 17%. You had 9%. Looking for like 1 to 17. It has 2 to 37 lightning damage. Cool. Just take that one. Let's just take that one, okay, chat? Because why wouldn't we? That makes super sense. Decent. And now that we have taken all the bonus lightning damage here and gain physical damage with extra lightning damage, even though we're not really dealing much physical damage, right? I mean, these notes are highly questionable, but we're asking ourselves where would we rather go for than that? So we don't really have much other to go for. I mean, we could go for the bonus crit hit chance to just work for the bifurcates, but I don't think I want to do that. could go up and just claim this, but that's also useless for what we're doing. Skill effect duration doesn't do anything for us. I mean, technically, we would want to go for this one here. And technically, you want to go for this. I guess we get a, like, rush for the cluster up. I mean, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's fine. And if I pull all these points out, I could see.
How can I?
Old roots find new soil.
I need, what was it? Int, dex, dex, bop, bop, bop. Because this is increased elemental damage if we have crit recently, and we kind of always crit recently, right? So that should work in our favor. And I'm surprised we're still doing the season chat, because I would have assumed that we're like full on done already. Okay, I need to get a different potion than the potion I have right now, because the potion I have right now is removing from our mana. But take that one. It's going to drain me empty. I can afford that. That brings us 11,000 damage. Kind of good, I reckon. Okay, level 49, level 44 still. 5 levels. Are going places. Oh my goodness! He puked at me, Mom. He puked at me. I was very good, and he was like, whoa. But I was also stuck, so I don't accept this. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't accept this. I was stuck. They were hacking. Right? That's the onslaught symbol. Found him. Okay, see, now we can take the 30% bonus damage as well, so that's also good. I guess you could take the magnitude of non-damaging ailments, because that would increase the magnitude of shock too. So this seems like the better way to go with my points. Right, we get the movement speed, the lightning damage, the area damage, and we get this. Better than just taking the lightning, because the lightning itself was like nifty, but I feel like the all elemental is just stronger. Okay, rotation, guys. Spears, pounds in, then hit for the frenzy charges. Spears, pounds in. Spears, pounds in, frenzy charges. Spears, pounds. Can't wait to make our spear absolutely obnoxiously powerful. Our explosive spear. That's going to be like our main source of damage later on. In case you don't know that, a frenzy charge explosive spear is completely out of control, because it does not only do like an insane amount of damage per se, right? It also does an insane amount of ignite.
Hotter than a damn forge in here.
Oh. Okay, my life still drains empty my mana whenever I use the life potion. I try to avoid like these potions like the plague, because it's always annoying to use that. Okay, how much more? Here, transcendent life flask. Can I already use this? No, I cannot already use this. The pain. But I can use my gloves here, like 1 to 29 lightning damage, chat. Why do my support gems move from Shred to Punch without me doing anything? But when I move it back to Shrek, I can't use the skill. I have absolutely no clue, sir. You have your weapon sets weirdly set up. Skill requirements, stat requirements, whatever. I mean, it's really hard to give like remote help on these kind of things. A few things you can always check. Like, right? Again, are you? Could we not just buy a spear right now, Chan? That has a high physical percentage and then just craft it up? With a greater essence of abrasion. Perfect essence of abrasion. Probably, right? I mean, it's not that I want to go away from the Tangle Tongue, it's just that... The question is how much longer is the damage from Tangle Tongue going to be top tier? Geez, see those like big explosions? That's when we're getting frenzy charges. And my explosive spear are explosive spearing. Why is my... Not hitting? That's when shit hits the fan. I mean, we might have to like see that we go away from the concentrated area. It just works well. However, I feel like I sometimes miss the boss. I sometimes feel like I miss the boss.
Lower the anchor. Tell 'em one. Where to?
Okay, I did all the islands. No, we still have to do Wakapano. So I don't want to do the Eye of Hinakor today. I'm going to pretty much do all the islands but the Eye of Hinakor because the Eye of Hinakor annoys me. I don't like it.
We've arrived.
Let's go. Here we are.
So what is our armor saying, Chan? It says 60%. Do you have an idea how we could break armor later, guys? Because if I go for full armor, I would like to play scavenge plating. Are tribal masks even worth something? I tried to sell my... What are they called again? I tried to sell my heavy belts, but no one wants to buy heavy belts anymore. Anyone even buy heavy belts? I guess it's also slowly the time where just everyone has their headhunter already. Right? Why buy something if everyone has it already? I'm stuck and I cannot get up. There is a note or two for gaining damage, extra physical, and desecrated modifier for it, I believe. Ivan, there is here the... This is extra damage around an element. This is extra, like, these are all extra damage when shapeshifted. So that's the one. There is the... this percent, gain 10% extra physical damage, right? I mean, it would technically... It wouldn't be worth it unless I could take this note over pain attunement. What build is this, Echoes? So this is a Druid build with spears. With a plan of getting as much rage as possible. Hi, if you just joined, this is a build not for your first character. This is a build for someone who has a character already and who wants to spend currency on something, right? This is going to be a build where we have to buy some stuff. Not too expensive stuff, so we will also go over the expensive options. But we will try to make it as inexpensive as possible in its base, right? So far, the one support gem you need, I think is at 40 Exalted, which is relatively cheap because you just do one breach currently. And one breach splinter was recently 11 Exalted orbs. So you just have to get a couple of breach splinters and you're good to go. It's like really not that hard to actually get currency together, right? So yeah. Considering that, we're still going to try to make it like as cheap as possible and not as expensive as possible. 120 divine build? I don't even have 120 divines. Right? Can't make it 120 divine build as I do not possess 120 divine. Damn, he just got destroyed, poor guy. Get out the shark fin. Where's the last league survived? 3 months. Thanks for the disclaimer. Well, you came in, you asked, so I'm obliged to answer. I don't know. Language hard. I am unable to find the singing cavern once again. But it should be here in this corner. The 120 divines, you can buy yourself 35% of mass boots. Let's go. 120 divines. Greatly invest in. I think we found it. Finally. Woo! If you don't do the eye... Oh, Leo, you have to do the eye. I don't think you can finish the act without doing the eye, right? But I will do the eye. I just don't want to do it today. The eye always makes me tired, and I just hate the region. I genuinely hate the region. It makes me... Okay, what can a spear with level 45 now have? Thrill steel goes away. Spear. Level 45. Exalted orb. 20. Okay, we can get 177 damage. That is a significant... That thing cost me 2 exalted. Huh? Oh, it's in the deepest China, guys. It's in the deepest China. Couldn't be deeper in China. It's like so deep that the game won't even connect me anymore, right? Best Joe ever. Market's code. Yeah, that hideout doesn't even exist anymore. Gonna crash Path of Exile and restart in. I was so deep into China, it just crashed my Mima game. Video editing tool in the background, chap. Sorry. Okay, let's see where we end up. Let's see if we can find that spear again, chat, or not. Market panel. Spear. Level 45. 46. Exalted Orb 10, 20. DPS. It's still there. Let's try again. Uh-huh. Yeah, so, okay, my damage right now is at 11,000. With that spear, it'd be at 15,000 damage, right? My problem, again, though, is, do we now lose the bifurcating crits from Tangle Tongue and not get as much Kavams as we should be getting.
Welcome here for impeccable offerings.
Right?
That'll work. Good day. Have a good day.
Yeah, you just listed it a minute ago. You were too... Honestly, I probably just tried to get into his pants too fast. Right? Now that we have this spear, which pretty much does like twice the damage of what I do. I mean, I find like 15,000 damage here, 16,000 damage, quite a lot early on. But the thing is, so this like it shows DPS, but the frenzy charge explosion, it's like what it does. Like it does like a ginormous frenzy charge explosion. So I wonder how easy we're now critting. But again, I think we are going to wait for the third ascension to then get the inevitable crits to then swap over to the build that I'm looking for. I mean, what means swap over? So the interesting part is that we don't swap over into a build, right? We pretty much keep playing what we play here, just with some changes in support gems. So it's still the same build. Nothing has essentially changed. Oh, I forget to fill up my potions, I guess. That should be fine. Professional.
Folk turn to stone.
It's massive at your level, dude. Just like my booty. Do we still need Cult of the Week at this point? No, but we could technically use it. Okay, so I still get a frenzy charge, guys. So, yep. Let's go. We're still getting the frenzy charges. It's still working. Even without the bifurcating crits. Thumbs up. That was a nice kill on her, right? Do, 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 do. Okay, which one is the last island I have to do now? I have Nagakano, Okay, so now I just need to do the Eye of Hinagora, and then we're done.
Bartiki has already gone and you best catch up with her.
All right, let me just try to, I guess, leap through this one as fast as possible to ignore it. So the fun part about this build is that we're pretty much like, we're doing things different passive-wise later on, right? As we're getting rage and all that kind of stuff. But we're at least playing the build already. So you will use Explosive Spear, you will use Lightning Spear, and we will use Glacial Lance. Glacial Lance we only use for one thing. What is that? Batire's Vengeance. Batire's Vengeance gives you extra cold damage in regards to how much rage you have. Now, what do you think happens if we have 150, 200 rage? And you would trigger Batire's Vengeance. That gives you then 200% damage as extra cold damage. Right? If you speedrun through levels, aren't you going to be too under leveled? No, sir. As you can see right now, I'm level 51. I'm in a level 51 area, and I'm level 46. So we are speeding through, but we're still killing things. So we're currently not speedrunning for the sake of speedrunning. We're just progressing quick, okay? So I'm using my items from trade, obviously, and all that kind of stuff, just to make things quicker. But I am not ignoring any progression for my character. So I'm still getting all the bonus skill points that we could be getting. I'm getting the bonus resistances that we could be, all that kind of stuff. So we're not just like trying to now get to the end game to have a half functional character. We're trying to get to the end game with a fully functional character as quick as possible to then obviously be able, as soon as we're in the end game, make like a super cool build. The build is already super cool right now. It's a different approach maybe that some other creators do. So, Daddy, you could technically get into the end game completely underleveled. Just to be in the end game, because technically you can level faster in maps because you only kill things. And if you're already in maps, you are able to put on like abysses, and you're able to put on rituals and so on and breaches. right? Which will then give you breach splinters, abyss tablets, abyssal materials, and all that kind of stuff. So you'd say, hey, I don't care about the 44% minus XP, but I don't think that's a good experience for the average player. So sure, we could do this right now, but I don't think it would lead to a fun experience. And that's like something to not underestimate, because you still want to also enjoy the leveling, right? How's this different from the Glacial Lance build? We're not going to go for poison or anything, Mike. This is also on an Oracle and not on a Pathfinder. So the Pathfinder, the Glacial Lance build was on the Pathfinder. This one is only going to use Glacial Lance for Batyr's Vengeance. We're using Explosive Spear for killing, and we're using a complete different Frenzy Charge generation. Right? And since we are going to be an Oracle, our Frenzy Charge generation is better than ever, since we're going to be creating Frenzy Charges by pouncing, and then getting the Hunter's Mark on. And that pouncing Hunter's Mark, though, is going to, with Eternal Mark, count twice. Very simple. And at the same time, we're creating Glory with that, which at the same time is going to give us more Rage, which at the same time is going to give us more damage multiplier, and so on. Nick, thank you for joining as a member. We're at 200 Rage. Well, there is going to be Glory stacking. Ergo, when you use Glory, you get bonus Rage. There is an item for that, and there's also a... there are passes for this. The 200 Rage, I will probably only be able to achieve if I splurge on a good version of the item, which is going to cost me probably up to 20 divines, and maybe even beyond if I want to look really for a perfect item. Okay. However,
Welcome in death's halls. A strange privilege.
I will make the build function without the item to then buy the item to just take it to the next level, if that makes sense. Okay. So base version, that is going to cost us probably 1 divine total. And then the splurge version, that's going to be like maybe 30 to 40 divines. Katie, I always forget the name. It's something Hateful Gloves, something. Warwind's Meat looks weird today. Warwind's Meat has to wait for the 23rd, brother. Because that's where we're going to get the next installment of the 9 Mortal Waste base, right? Ah, we can go into the temple to build more temples, John. I'm not going actually into the temple. I'm just, you know, building. Can I, by the way, just keep gaining crystals beyond 6? If I already have more crystals, right? Can I keep gaining crystals?
Oh gosh. Something exciting's gonna happen, isn't it?
Don't mind me, John.
Oh my goodness.
Just building. I haven't touched POE 2 thanks to Werewind's Meat. Yeah, I've already done everything you can do in Werewind's Meat, so I'm pretty much at a loss there, you know? I can only keep grinding equipment every 3 days. Yeah, I have a 30 crystal cap. I should probably just keep collecting crystals and take a chill pill. But I like just putting random things in. Look, Mom, I get another spear. That's so terrible compared. Yeah, crystal cap is shared between characters now. See, I'm still working as I do only have 6 crystals, but I should just gather 30, right? Which one is your favorite so far? From all the builds I've made this season, in the descending order, my Wyvern. The solo self-found Wyvern we made and that we then perfected on trade. Favorite character. Second favorite character is probably the Grenade Merc with the Burning Grenade, because that's so hilariously stupid and shouldn't exist that it's just too good to be true. Which gets followed up by our Glacial Lance character, because Glacial Lance was just great to play. And we also made a Tornado Char, however, Tornado is sadly undertuned a bit. We made an Entangled Druid, but Entangled Druid, as strong as it is actually really boring. Because once you reach the endgame with Entangled Druid, it's just Entangle spam, cast on crit, Entangle spam, cast on crit. There's just like the excitement missing of playing it, right? The Bear, definitely ranking the lowest right now. Bear was fun to play, but overall from endgame enjoyment, Bear doesn't exist, right? And I'm not sure where this build will rank, but if everything works out the way I want it to work, right? If I can get this rolling the way I want to get it rolling, potentially this is going to be entering the top 3 of favorite builds. There's a chance. Yeah, Entangled Druid is fire. Like, it's so strong. It's so good. But once you reach mapping, it's like, oh, someone kill me right now. Boredom galore. Yeah, Wyvern feels really interactive. Exactly. You're hitting things, you're exploding screens, you're pouncing forward, you're getting the power charge, then you do your flame breath or you do your oil barrage. It just has multiple layers of doing things, right? And that's where just the overall excitement for me comes from with the Wyvern. That should kill him. Boom, let's go. It's just a leveling build. Well, so this is just a leveling build. However, these are still the skills we're going to use. Only that they're going to function different together. Katie, you have 20 divines in your temples not set up? Katie, that's what I love to hear. This is how the temple should be, right? Should be a source of joy and loot. Okay, we're going to increase our shock. And now I'm again lost where I want to go skill point wise. Is this the Druid? Yes, this is the Druid, but we're using the Druid with spears. So it might be the Druid, but it's not the Druid. You know? Will you throw in some banners too? No, banners are too slow. So with this skill here, Glory, that we get more rage. If we use Glory in the past 6 seconds, banners are too slow. Because banners would slow you down. We want to have an interactive, quick gameplay, right? We don't want to have a gameplay where we have to stand still to put down a banner. That would feel horrible. Like, imagine having to stutter step, put down banner, keep doing damage. Stutter step, put down banner, keep doing damage. Nah. That is not what I want to do, right? I want to go blasting, more blasting, and then, like, more blasting. Banners get some buffs. Banners are crazy good, Ogre God. However, they're only good versus bosses. If I now could put banners on the back of my, like, you know, if I could hiss a banner and put it on my shoulder, and that banner I'm now taking with me, and it gives me a permanent buff, like, you know, like a buff bot, then I would play banners more. But right now it's just like, oh, in a boss, get glory, put down banner, do more damage. Yay! Not exciting. We could just use more random spirit skills, Chad. Right? I can't use Comet Frenzy because we're not electrocuting or pinning. I could again use Mirage Archer if I wanted to, but it's not really that we need it. But we have 80 more spirits, so I slam in time of need, I guess. You know what? Instead of doing any of these, how about we just put in... Supports like vitality 2 for random life regeneration, and we're gonna put in clarity 2 for some mana regeneration. That's it. Like if I already have 80 spirit, I might as well just use it, right? Done. Just give me safety. Ta-da. Right. I mean, discipline is active, so it should work. The glory system, I don't like it. I think the glory system generally is okay. Just that some of the triggers for the glory are a bit Right? For example, like that the calamity just needs you to produce rage is obviously insanely good. That is well executed. That's amazing glory skill. Because what are you going to do with the bear? You're going to produce rage with almost everything you do. So that feels like a really good and well thought out glory skill. I just have the feeling sometimes with the glory skills, they were like an afterthought and they were kind of like jammed in. So a lot of the glory skills need a passing over to really feel like they're synergistic, fitting into the gameplay, and not that they're just like somewhere there. That makes sense. Formula. We made a thought of making a guide how to make builds, Rome. No, because it's too generic. I mean, generally speaking, if you want to make a build, you choose a skill, look what it says there, and then work with that. I mean, right now, the whole idea behind the build is I saw the node craving slaughter. So what do we do now? What do we do now? Nick, thank you for making me aware of that. I've used a lot of your builds in POE. When are you going to play Diablo again? Nick, it's a good question. I was actually planning to play some Diablo in the next 3 to 4 days. However, on the 22nd, there's a game releasing called Turnbound. Okay? Thank you for your super chat, by the way. That is an auto battler that I'm planning to play because it looks really cool. After Turnbound, there is going to be Code Vein, and then there's Neo 3. Plus, there is the latest Resident Evil coming. So 3 games now staggered back to back to back. So I think the next time I will play Diablo is for the Season 12. Season 12 should be the season technically in February. So there should be in February a 2-month season coming at some point. That will then lead into the expansion because they can't make the current season 5 months long. That would be a big mistake, right? I mean, Diablo also launched on the, what was it? When did Diablo launch? On the 9th? So 9th of December, that's 9th of January, the 9th of, so either in February or March, they would have to like already put out the next season. Because if they're dragging it out, like I would be absolutely surprised if they drag it out. This is increased damage and increased physical damage. This would be increased lightning damage, and this would increase fire, lightning, cold, physical, everything. So technically, we want to make it over there. On this build, we also haven't taken like a single defensive node, chat, because we don't need it. I don't know why they just don't extend Season 11. They can't just extend Season 11 because it would make for a horrible season. The Diablo seasons are barely long enough for 3 months of content, if we're honest with each other. So that's no shade, no hate, no, like, this is not me being, like, mean to Diablo, right? Just a fact. The seasons are not long enough. The reality is probably and stays that if they would extend the season, there would be riots on the streets. It would be better for them to squeeze in an in-between season, right? I'm in D4 now. The current season ends in 50 days according to the season journey tab. So right now we have the 20th. 50 days would then be the first week of March. Which is really crazy because in April, we're supposed to get the next... in April, we're supposed to get the DLC. So I'm honestly asking myself, how do they want to handle that? I mean, I don't mind. Like, so if Diablo would be now taking until April until I played again, that would be fine with me. Because to be fair, there are a lot of games coming out that I want to cover. Right? So there's going to be a lot of non-ARPG content in the next couple of weeks, month, and I hope you're excited for that. I mean, obviously, when patch 05 comes, we're full sprint again. My biggest worry currently is that Diablo and Path of Exile are two stupid bitches. Sorry if I have to say this, chat. Because when is the next season of Path of Exile, chat? Path of Exile seasons are every 4 months. So we got the 1st of January. We got January, okay? Month's number 2, first month. Then we got February, second month. Then we got March, third month. And then we have April, which is the 4th month. So technically, in April, when the Diablo expansion is coming, the Diablo DLC, also patch 05 is coming. Which means, what the fuck am I gonna do now? Because I can't handle another clash of these two games. Already the first clash was annoying enough. So please, for the love of God, don't you overlap again. I mean, like, holy Christ, McGee. You should be able to get that figured out, right? Can't be that hard. When you would imagine that the companies are actually talking to each other, right? Right? Would we imagine, chat, that these companies talk to each other, that they don't overlap? Or do we imagine that they both think they have the biggest schlong in town and just slap it in each other's faces? Because sadly, if 05 and Diablo 4 DLC release around the same time, I will have to do Diablo 4 first. Because the new DLC is like new campaign, new bosses, new systems, new everything. And that's always very exciting to kind of like make content on.
Destroy. The Savior is precious. He is all that matters. Your time is shorter than you think. Godly.
Hehe, you died so quick.
You must take your lead.
That would be 05 for POE. Yes, the next patch is 05.
We'll bury it all. For the
Didn't know how they stagger releases from POE 1 to POE 2. So POE 2 is getting every 4 months new content, no matter what's happening to POE 1. Okay. Why Oracle with Lightning Spear? Because the crits, because the Entwine Realities, and because we're gonna go for a Glory build. And we need the crits for that too. Since Explosive Spear is insane later on. I mean, you have to imagine Explosive Spear, which already does 15,000 damage right now. Okay? This is like very low. And now you have to imagine, what if I would have over 100 Rage? Rage is a direct damage multiplier, right? Rage is 100% more damage if you have 100 Rage. If you have 150 Rage, 150% more damage. So yeah. It's gonna be insane.
This is the place. No two ways about it.
Especially if you take notes like this here. Like 336 more rage, so that's already 21 more rage, 21% more damage, and then you play Eternal Rage, and you just got it.
You done well. This feels oddly familiar.
It all depends on the amount of content Diablo's releasing. It was a long weekend at best. I heavily disagree, sir, but you're probably not a super enthusiast for Diablo. Because I do level up every single class, every single season, and that takes more than a weekend. I mean, if you're a one-class Andy, obviously, it's over quick. Obviously, one-class Andy is not a insult. Don't feel like that. It's okay to only like one class, but I really like to level up every class, every season.
What are you doing?
Taking what is rightfully ours. The Karui will now be stronger than
The Kagui!
You fool! They
You
need
fool!
the weapon. The world is at stake.
enough. What? No, daughter. I will fix this. The Karui way.
What is the total amount of rage you can have? I have 78 running eternal rage. Katie, considering, like, so it depends on. Obviously, if I go over to animal form, right, I could get more rage while shapeshifted. So I could pounce to add also the rage from shapeshifting, and then I could make sure that I wear talisman. That gives me bonus rage too. So I could make sure that I have 150, 60 rage using my glory. Pounds. The pounds gives me the bonus rage while shapeshifted, right? Which is another 6, 6, 12. Plus then the rage that I get from being a warrior. And suddenly it's looking pretty damn juicy. Yeah, they're giving us a new class on the D4 expansion, which is going to be played like there's no fucking tomorrow. Right? Really excited for the new class. I mean, I love Paladin, so Paladin was super fun in Diablo. I don't know if you've played it, chat, but I gotta say it was worth the pre-order, personally for me. I had my fun. And I can't actually wait to see what the other class is going to be. Ragnarok, can you do some stream magic? Ragnarok, we don't have any rage right now, so I can't even show you my rage, but don't worry, we'll keep you updated on the rage number. We'll make sure to get you something. There's another class. Yes, so the expansion in Diablo 4 comes with 2 classes. They only gave us the Paladin early because that was like kind of the Game Awards big like let's fucking go, right? There's like, here's the trailer for Diablo 4. Oh, and by the way, if you pre-order, you can already play the Paladin. Oh, and by the way, there's a second class coming. I mean, it was a great sales strategy from Blizzard. You can say what you want. Obviously, it's shitty that we still have to pay for the expansion, but, you know, cannot blame them for good marketing at this point. Can't blame them for not making the best game possible, but that marketing was on point. I'm about to get into this game. Gotta learn. This one is hard to me. Well, there are a lot of video sources out there. We have a, like, Terry, if you go back 2 weeks, we have a video, it's called The Perfect Start. It kind of explains everything for returning players, new players, like a little bit of the basics, how to traverse through zones, what to look out for, kind of like what to do, what not to do, from Act 1 to the end. Generally recommend to watch that. There's a lot of good info in there. Oh, did I miss the jump into the next zone? No, I didn't. Eh? Oh yeah, I did literally miss the jump into the next zone. I'm blind. Okay, I mean, luckily I went up because I got a greater jeweler's orb. Blizzard marketing had always been top. The games don't hold up anymore. We can only hope that with the DLC, they're finally doing the promised class rework, because we've pretty much have been waiting now over a year since we got promised a rework of all the old classes. So that with the DLC now, every single class is going to get a touch-up. Every single skill tree is going to get a touch-up. Maybe the Necromancer doesn't feel anymore that it's in beta and other shenanigans. So that's what we can only hope for in Diablo. I remember when I took like that life regeneration gem support, chat, instead of taking the what was the support called on kill? Kill. Which one is the kill? the cannibalism, right? Because I can't actually play the vitality. I cannot play vitality? Well, I don't have life regeneration. Yeah. I do. Because of my armor. My armor says no life regen. But therefore it's 1000 armor. Yeah, I actually didn't think we would finish Act 4 today. Not from a timing standpoint, because I was like kind of like so annoyed to do the Eye of Inakora. Probably the only thing I truly despise currently about the campaign, the Eye of Inakora. Like whenever I get to that point, I'm like, oh no, I don't want to do this anymore. No, Tawakai, please, no, don't force me. Like seriously, that's how much I don't like it. We get level 50 before we get to Tawakai. I'm like 3 minions away from it, right? There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, with level 52, I think we can get our tier 14 skill gems, right? And we have to put all the points into bonus rage. So we could technically, before we like start extending, I could now start putting the points into bonus rage. Okay, we're sitting at 15,000 damage, 6,000 for that. Our Stormlance is at 1,500. Ow. Okay, number 1 done. Do you have build guides for Diablo for POE 2? Yes, only. We have around 10 builds plus made this season. Yeah. Should focus more on damage? No, sir. I mean, for a campaign build right now, we're fantastic. Well, we're simply at this point waiting to get our. So we're simply at this point waiting for our rage, because you have to understand that we have no spirit skills. They're really doing much for us, right? But as soon as we're level 52, we get Eternal Rage. With Eternal Rage, we're instantly going to get a 50 or 60% damage multiplier, not additive damage, not increased damage. Like we get Eternal Rage, we have the rage, boom. 50% more damage. It's the freest ever, but I have to reach level 52 for that. Now we have currently taken like 5 hours to get to this point in a very good pacing, without any struggles. It is over, Tawakai.
Can you heal her? I believe so, but we have to move quickly. You must relinquish the weapon.
I'm pretty sure you could have healed her without the weapon, Chan. I'm loving Diablo. Should I start playing POE 2? Not necessarily, sir. Two vastly different games in terms of how they're being played and how they're done. Can you dual wield? Yes, with certain nodes and not everything. I mean, I am having a spear, so I can always dual wield with a spear. Okay, chat. So, 5 hours to this point with this character played. 4 hours and 55 minutes. Tomorrow, then, this is it for today. Tomorrow, we will continue and we get the rage stacking going. Again, in order to get the rage stacking going, we need to reach level 65. But I can then use the glory jewel. So we need a support gem for that. It is called Xerfe's Infamy. This one's going to be great. It's going to make our pounds super hard. And I can't wait for it. Okay? Therefore, I'm done for today. Thank you for coming and watching. I will put the planner to this point already in the description of this video. Okay? Because we have the, like, step-by-step planner. Yeah? And we're going to keep adding to it then tomorrow. Okay? So tomorrow, same time, same place. We'll continue. If you enjoyed it so far, thank you very much for coming and watching. In the comments of the video, you will find the planner link in like 5 to 10 minutes. Give me a few seconds to make it beautiful. And we'll be back tomorrow for a whole 8-hour stream. And we're not going to end before that character is not level 90. And it's going to be quick, fun, and good. Therefore, thank you for coming and watching. Take care. And I hope to see you all tomorrow again. Same time, same place.